splitting the points. A scoreless draw yesterday in the opening match of Group E. Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago complete the group. Barbados does not begin their action until tomorrow. Every team playing 3 games in this group stage. Ultimately, for Trinidad and Tobago, they get the benefit of a later off day in the group. They'll take on Antigua and Barbuda today, then be vacant tomorrow as Bermuda will play Barbados. And Barbados and Antigua and Barbuda will match up on August the 6th, tomorrow. Well, Bermuda will face Trinidad and Tobago. Finale, Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados on the final match day. Here come the players. For so many, this is their very first taste of international competition. Certainly can be said for the Trinidadian players who did not get the benefit of playing yesterday. Ultimately, the butterflies should fly away in a matter of minutes. It'll need to be quick, however. Only 70-minute matches at the under-15 level. A slow start could lead to inevitable doom on this day. We'll hear the national anthems. Such a familiar sight. Now such young, impressionable footballers to take part. It is Antigua and Barbuda and Trinidad and Tobago in Group E, the Concacaf Under-15 Championship. Incredible moment for these young footballers. Their first taste of CONCACAF competition comes at the under-15 level. Trinidad and Tobago and Antigua and Barbuda set to match up in this League B fixture. Antigua and Barbuda, the final team drawn into this group, the lowest ranked team of Group E. Trinidad and Tobago second only to Bermuda. It underscores the importance of getting a positive result here. Mario Lewis alongside Jeffrey and Walters up front. Key the front line for Antigua and Barbuda that were held scoreless in their opening fixture. Mill Thomas wears the captain's armband, while Mackay Phillip stands in goal. There are the yellow-clad Antigua and Barbuda players. All the while, Marley John captaining Trinidad and Tobago, first to get to the officials for this affair. They do not have VAR in this competition. Pablo Camacho of Costa Rica will oversee the game, with Philip and Burgos of Grenada and Puerto Rico on either line. Damian Rosa of Martinique is the fourth official this morning. Always wait until the very end to call that coin. Whatever benefit that provides Jamil Thomas. An all too familiar exchange of pennants, with the four who require pennants. Take a look at the Trinidadian lineup. Pencil Theobald coaches the side. It's Telfer who gets the call in goal. John the captain keys a back three, with Nanton and Richardson up front. James and Jones provide the width. Well, the moment has arrived. Sedasa Richardson from the Cox Football Academy, one player listed to the club in the starting 11 for Trinidad and Tobago. A little bit of experience together for some of these players, so critical in what is a very short lead up to the Under-15 Championship. It goes by in a blink, a matter of 3-4 days. And Antigua and Barbuda and Trinidad and Tobago will depart. For a young player, this is one of the greatest moments of their sporting lives to this point. Only hope for that magic moment that sets their country apart. And they play the precipice of paradise in Aruba. Such a happy island. One where the weather is nearly always pristine. This Dutch constituent has so often been a proud host to Concacaf competition, so it is again on one happy island today. Do or do not, it's the waiting that'll kill you. As they wait for 9 o'clock on the dot to begin the proceedings here today. 2 35-minute halves. We'll see if one side or the other can poke their head out in front in this group. The winner would go top of the group. It is Antigua and Barbuda taking on Trinidad and Tobago. This is League B, Group E of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. Trinidad and Tobago on paper would be the favorite. James leading Nanton. But what is the value of Antigua and Barbuda getting that full 70 minutes in yesterday, albeit a draw? Richardson. At the senior level, Antigua and Barbuda, the Bena boys, FIFA's 163rd ranked team. It is among the lowest rankings in their history. They certainly did struggle through Nations League B in a group with Dominica, the Dominican Republic, and Bermuda. It took just a singular point from that endeavor from June to November of last year. Scoreless draw against Dominica. And they've struggled in World Cup qualifying. Lost to Cuba on home ground. 2-0 loss June the 10th in Tegucigalpa to Honduras. It is a rather young team at the senior level. One that hopefully within a few years we may see a few of these players getting to break into. Taken away from Jones. Play on, shipped ahead by Balfour. Comes kindly to Richardson. Balfour. Slip ball ahead, and Kai Phillip will handle. Overtly aggressive challenge from Jamarley John. Foul once more. 1 by Walters. It's asking a lot of the goalkeeper. Telfer hands it back. This shot will roll wide. The first real chance for Antigua and Barbuda. Sent back by Matthew Lee Young. James. Away from Musa. Pops in beyond Ethan Camacho. For a goal snagged by Telfer. His attempt at quick distribution has gone haywire. Lewis couldn't spin free. Does the launch back and out of the reach. Kai Phillip. That is a self-inflicted Trinidadian corner handed away. Sides that can manage set pieces best in these short youth tournaments. A world of difference. An injury for Antigua and Barbuda.
We gotta be disciplined. We gotta be disciplined, guys.
It's a bit concerning. Players were up and moving early. And they may have to make a substitution quite quickly. Mario Lewis with that clearance. Helped onto the stretcher, unfortunately. Shumba Thomas waiting to come in. Looks like Lewis may be okay. All the while, Antigua and Barbuda had to play down a man on the set piece. Dealt with it quite easily. John. Chance to counter off the set piece broke down, and instead Richardson sweeps ahead. Tough bouncing ball to deal with. Oh, Mario Lewis, good to go. Hansen can combine with James. Soka Warriors, FIFA's 101st ranked team at the senior level. Similarly, argue they're on a bit of a down at the moment. Out in the Gold Cup in the opening round. Back in mid-June. Draws against Haiti and Saudi Arabia in the U.S., but it was the defeat at the hands of the United States really put them behind the 8 ball from the opening whistle. A 5-0 loss in California. There was trouble brewing for Antigua and Barbuda, but there is a whistle. Qualifying starts in earnest for Trinidad and Tobago in September. They'll play 2 games a month, 3 months running. Curacao, Jamaica, and Bermuda. Teams alongside them. This hit from range and curls away from frame by Richardson. Scoreless 10 minutes in. 70-minute games at the under 15 level. They go by in a blink. Balfour. On the reach of Richardson. Cano. Touch got away. Led to Lewis. Richardson. Good turn, Balfour off the crossbar. The follow is wide. Well, that would have been a delightful goal. That is quite the chance. Seeking space and sending toward a frame. Collected by Phillip. Trinidad and Tobago becoming more coherent in the final third. Reagan Rowe. John, James, armed toward James, but recovered by Trinidad and Tobago. Balfour sees it prodded away. Lewis. Barbuda. Gate out to touch. Trying to elicit a confident response from Trinidad and Tobago. Taking Barbuda twice now, if at least caused a bit of concern in behind. Suggesting they trust themselves, get higher up the field, even if that does expose a bit of risk. He peels himself up. Attempting to bring this down, Richardson. Skips out to John. Telfer. Good distribution to James.
Island, go in. You don't have no pressure there. Go in and help your team.
Skims high, James. Balfour. Now the shot raised under the bar and in. Trinidad and Tobago has found the opening goal. And what a goal it is for Aiden Jones. A phenomenal strike for Jones off the underside of the bar and in. And the long-awaited breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, even in paradise, it is still a very warm morning. A bit humid as well, 86 degrees, 74% humidity, and just past the midway point in this opening half, we pause for a cooling break. The goal in the 20th minute from Jones is a good one. So good, we'll take another look. It's 16 yards out. Blasted over Mackay Phillip. Here this group goes atop Group E, although to be fair, it's the first game for Trinidad and Tobago, second for Antigua and Barbuda. And Tobago will play 3 consecutive days. They get their off day before the tournament begins, so to speak. "39 teams entered the tournament, 38 from Concacaf, and the invited side, Saudi Arabia. Haiti supposed to play, ultimately unable. Well, Trinidad and Tobago buoyed by that goal a moment ago. Quick to it out of the cooling break. Richardson out of real estate, had touched over the line. Dynamic run from Camacho, but one that's broken up. Jones, the goal scorer, touching ahead, and a bouncing ball toward frame from Roberts, gobbled up by Phillip. Asked a lot of Richardson there. Too much, it turns out. He tried to stay on, Mario Lewis did. Ultimately, he takes leave. He's playing really deep. Bring in Shumba Thomas. See if he can provide a different outlet. All eyes on Phillip here. Jameer Thomas, the reserve goalkeeper. It doesn't prove a necessity. On that left quad. What a satisfying finish that was. Phenomenal hit from Aiden Jones. Barbuda might be forced into making a second change due to injury in short order. Yeah, they're going to have to. That is certainly frustrating. Well, here comes the young reserve goalkeeper. We'll see what Thomas can bring to the equation here. We are into the final 6-7 minutes of this first half. We may well get a bit of stoppage time as well. A couple of injuries. See us tick closer, 38-39 minutes in totality. James. No need to play with fire. Braden Montano there. It's Jameer Thomas. As for cutting edge, this is the Mount Pleasant developed goalkeeper, Mackay Phillip. See just how much it's going to affect things going forward. Typically pretty thin rosters. You play 3 games in 3 or 4 days and call it a tournament. It does underscore the fact that if you do pick up an injury, it very easily end your event quite quickly. Opposed to the senior level where typically these are played over 7, 8, 9 days. Ball chipped toward frame. It's an attempt at an early test for Thomas. It'll belong to Antigua and Barbuda.
quick, quick, quick.
Positive build for Antigua and Barbuda. The more enticing build-ups they've had. Play on. There's a bit of physicality involved there. Trinidad and Tobago did a phenomenal job getting behind the ball, but it left them with no outlet up high. Supposed to benefit to being ahead.
Yellow throw.
Jeffrey.
What? Check him.
Bouncing into Walters. This is a head injury that sees a stoppage now. Jalen Roberts colliding with Shamar Walters. Both going for the ball. Go 3 added minutes. We had the cooling break in addition to a couple of injuries. Of course, we had a fantastic goal made in Jones in the 20th minute. A win here for Trinidad and Tobago to really put Antigua and Barbuda up against it. A draw in their opener, scoreless. And you could argue that their toughest game still remains against Bermuda. Ball flicked over by James. Could easily go to 4 minutes, maybe 5, given that extended stoppage. We see both players clear to continue. Oh, it's a rare foul in this half. It's a tough one from Jeffrey. Is there any time left? Nope, that's it. End of the first half here in Aruba. What a goal it is for Aiden Jones. And Trinidad and Tobago trying to take control of Group E in League B. Off to a flying start with that goal. Coming up, we'll take a look at the first half highlight. And what a highlight it was. Antigua and Barbuda still very much in the mix, but 2 injuries, including a knock to their goalkeeper, Kai Phillip, that sees him out, and Jameer Thomas in. At halftime in Oranjestad, Trinidad and Tobago 1, Antigua and Barbuda 0. There was a substitution at halftime for Antigua and Barbuda. They had to use 2 separate sub windows in the first 35 minutes. On to the second half we go. It is 1-0 Trinidad and Tobago. This is League B, Group E of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. And Trinidad and Tobago taking a shot some 14 seconds into the second half. It is Chase Joseph in off the bench. For Antigua and Barbuda. Spins away from Richardson. A win for Trinidad and Tobago sees them atop the group. But it does pen to the later match, Bermuda and Barbados. Ultimately, Trinidad and Tobago and Bermuda will match up tomorrow. Very well could decide the group. Should that end in a draw, suddenly goal difference becomes paramount in such a short group. Trinidad and Tobago will play the final game in 2 days' time. May have a chance to swing the group in their favor on the final day. John. Clever touch by Richardson. Racing by Hakeem Musa. That's unintentional, but it is card worthy apparently for Reagan Rowe. This is bright for Antigua and Barbuda. Broke down at the feet of Jeffrey.
Gomes latching onto that right wrist initially. Referees come over to check. They'll get up initially. Antigua and Barbuda already utilized 3 subs, but one of them at halftime. 2 different windows in the first half. Options getting slimmer and slimmer for Auckland Jarvis. Bill that got a hand, indeed it did. Less than half an hour to play. More aggressive stance. Antigua and Barbuda. Slide by Musa, but not by Dante Griffith. Trinidad seems genuinely perplexed.
Coach.
Jones the switch. Excellent first touch. A bit of trickery on the ball by Nanton to push it forward. Now the lofted cross beyond the reach of Richardson. Surface unfamiliar to both teams, and 20-mile-an-hour winds. You can see the flags driving it directly right to left, looking for apparent pristine condition, but without a bit of folly as well. Williamson trying to create pressure for Antigua and Barbuda. It's Balfour. Struck him behind. Down to Thomas. Williamson. Ball flung free by Trinidad and Tobago. It's Richardson. It's Richardson. Richardson, Sahara behind. Now the offside flag raised against Antigua and Barbuda. Falls back to Jones. You know, can certainly unleash from this range. Never hung up quite right to have a go at goal there. Still on now through Rowe. Free kick won by Samuel Balfour. Beg your pardon, that's the number 2, Sebastian James, not the number 12. This is a free kick in a dangerous position here. Young. Wow. That belongs on a highlight reel somewhere. Surely it will. Jalen Roberts among the pair standing over the ball. Speaking of massive changes incoming for Trinidad and Tobago, they only have 6 players on their bench, including the backup goalkeeper. This toward frame, rings off the crossbar. And the header is up and over from Samuel Balfour. That's a really decent hit for Trinidad and Tobago. Can't hit it much cleaner than that. Neither the ball nor the crossbar. Richardson. Young. Saw James wide. Here is James bringing it in for Trinidad and Tobago. Minutes remaining. If you're Trinidad and Tobago, the goal is to win the group. Most important game is tomorrow against the presumptive favorite from Bermuda. Those appear to make a measure of contact there. Ball thrown in by Musa. Clearance leaves a bit to be desired. Well, here it comes. The referee's greatest nightmare, the quintuple substitution. Watson, James, Quintero, Duncan, and Blackman enter. Aiden Jones, who scored the goal in the 20th, is out. Matthew Lee Young, who's spearheaded in the back line, is done. That's it for Balfour and Roberts. And Jeremiah Natton as well. 5 in, 5 out. Best count that there's 11 on the field for Trinidad and Tobago. One player doesn't get the message, and all of a sudden we've got a whole different issue here. Ooh. Well, that was a little closer than I think Trinidad and Tobago had anticipated. See Telfer shouting, doesn't think that should have been a corner. The toughest part about this wholesale change tends to be early set pieces. Who you're marking who? Who you got? Ball across, header down, steered away by Thomas. It will be another corner. Got something else. You can see Thomas's frustration. And that is an awkward giveaway from trying to move just a hair too quick. The arm, Blackman. Clearance from Watson. Ball had been played into an offside position. It's over by Richardson. James. Stoppage here in the 54th minute of this 70-minute game for a cooling break. A minute-long stoppage in the midst of this 35-minute half. Trinidad and Tobago's made all 5 of their substitutions. We'll try and finish this calmly. Advance on. Advantage in the group. There is something really beautiful about the grassroots nature. The under-15 championship, Central America and the Caribbean. So often this is about raising the best young domestic players you can to new heights. So often at the senior level now, looking for a player who's generationally attached to a country that can change their fortunes in short order. but without the impact of having seen that development occur within your borders. Just to take nothing away from players featuring for their nation of lineage, but to see a country rise in the under-15 championship is to say that the development system is working in a country, that the future of the national team could very well be on the shoulders of a number of these young players. It's a fairly beautiful sight when you think about it, and certainly a massive statement about the future of football in each of these countries. Will be changes momentarily for Antigua and Barbuda. These changes will come right now. That's Corey Joseph on for Ethan Camacho. And Sebastian on for Williamson, the fifth sub for Antigua and Barbuda. In the path of Watson. Clears the line. Throw for Hakeem Musa. Now Antigua and Barbuda break free, if only for a moment. Sebastian. See the next set of players making their way into the venue. Bermuda and Barbados, the other portion of this Group E. Take the field in a few moments. 1-0 result gives a bit of clarity. In theory, it's need to go top of the group, but if you're Bermuda, it's really about handling the Trinidad game tomorrow. You can merely hold serve with a win, knowing that a loss tomorrow could be too much to overcome in this 3-game group stage. 10 minutes to play. 70-minute fixtures at the Under-15 Championship. Richardson. Now Rowe. Leading into the flank and snuffed out. Nevis Quintero overtaken by Thomas. Captains the Antigua side. Thumbs up, good enough. And the wind wreaking a bit of havoc. Corner for Antigua and Barbuda. That for Trinidad and Tobago. So Antigua and Barbuda defend it effectively enough. In for Musa. Time fleeting now. Second could all but end it. Sprinting Richardson into the final third. He's taken out. Edge of the penalty area. Play on. Joseph handed it away to Duncan. And out into space. Enticing for Antigua and Barbuda, but short-lived. Duncan out of the reach of O'Shea Watson. Quintero, dominant slide, well done. Jamil Thomas, and immediately one back. Touched out by Quintero. And the exhaustion obviously setting in for Antigua and Barbuda. A remarkable amount of defending. Kept it close. Clear-cut chances, perhaps not, but Antigua and Barbuda have put themselves in some fairly generous positions on the field. You can see Musa just out of gas. It's bouncing down to Thomas. Launches forward. Jeffrey, beneficiary of a kind bounce. Griffith. Ball whipped across. Tough collision. Play through it. Rowe up to Richardson, who unleashes for frame and scores. The much-needed insurance for Trinidad and Tobago. Two very well-taken goals by the Trinidadians. It was Jones in the 20th, and now it's Richardson in the game's final minutes. And that should just about do it. It comes in the 66th minute of play. Who knows how goal difference could stack up for Trinidad and Tobago. It is a worthwhile goal. For Antigua and Barbuda, likely puts them on the outside looking in. They needed near perfection today. We'll see if this causes them to let their guard down now. Such a tiring experience, especially under what's, even at the early morning hours, fairly vociferous heat. John? We'll see if Bermuda can hold up their end of the bargain here. If they fall to Barbados, the whole group is going to feel a bit ominous. Bouncing ball. Player got cleared off by Antigua and Barbuda. Referee saw nothing wrong with it. Skitters past Musa. 2 minutes in added time. There shouldn't be a ton added on here. '70th and final minute of regulation time. Over for Richardson. Cleaned off the ball. Ball lobbed into the reserve, Jameer Thomas. Antigua and Barbuda still seeking that first goal of the group stage. They'll have gone 140 minutes without. They've been on the back foot last 20 minutes or so. Into stoppage time. Hardly academic. Goal difference being significant here at the end. Bermuda and Barbados set to play following the conclusion of this game around 11 o'clock in Aruba. 30 minutes after we're done here. And in the first of 4 added minutes, that's the exhaustion of Antigua and Barbuda. Even the goalkeepers dropped to a knee. Multiple players seated. It's ticked up to 87 degrees. It's going to be about this temperature throughout the day. There's a chance of a light sprinkle early in the afternoon, but otherwise, near perfection, Oranjestad, even if it is a tad hot. This is about what you can expect most every day this time of year. High 80s, bit of humidity. It's hardly off-putting these Caribbean-born players. But it does add up. Here's a look at the second goal. Vanessa Richardson, the 66th minute. Everybody's back up. It took about an additional minute there. Richardson. Now it's Quintero. Turns the corner. Quintero. Puzzled away from Rowe by Thomas. Now even Trinidad and Tobago appears to be playing out the string. The goal would be nice, but I do know they finished with Barbados. Perhaps only need to match the result of Bermuda. Or perhaps need to go goal for goal with them. Time will tell. Therein lies the fun of tomorrow. It's a tremendous effort. Ultimately doesn't play out for Jeffrey. Player goes the distance. Antigua and Barbuda on the day. And we've reached full time in this Concacaf Under-15 Championship lid lifter for Trinidad and Tobago. It's a 2-0 win in Aruba. Sees them soar to the top of Group E. Well, Antigua and Barbuda's second match proves to be a disappointment. After a 0-0 draw on the opening day, they fall here and remain on 1 point. An absolutely exhausting effort from Antigua and Barbuda. And even to their immense credit, they do fall a couple goals short. The final score in Oranjestad in this Under-15 League B Group E championship game, Trinidad and Tobago 2, Antigua and Barbuda We show you how it happened. This Group E opener for Trinidad and Tobago, the second game for Antigua and Barbuda in League B. A winner would soar atop Group E for the time being, pending the future result later today between Barbados and Bermuda. Couple injuries in the first half, certainly of concern for Antigua and Barbuda moving forward. For whom the bell tolled, rings off the bar, that's of concern, but this off the bar, not so lucky. Aiden Jones in the 20th minute of play, opening scoring for Trinidad and Tobago. A phenomenal strike by the young player, and a 1-0 lead for the side that was, to be fair, projected to be the better of the two sides. Physicality ratcheted up at the end of the first half. Thankfully, really didn't carry over into the second 45 all that much. It's more inadvertent than anything, but ultimately deemed to be worthy of a card. There were some bright moments for Antigua and Barbuda, but ultimately failed to really test the goalkeeper. The fight for a second was on for Trinidad and Tobago. Didn't go there for Richardson. Good bit of foot skills from Matthew Lee Young. This rings off the crossbar. And again, as if to be a bad omen, chance that an equalizer goes wide. Defensive escapades, Jamil Thomas, well documented throughout the game. Not the least of which there on Quintero. Further service peppered into the 18. But the second and ultimately final goal came here in the 66th minute. Odessa Richardson. It finished 2-0. The third game in totality and the second game of the day in League B Group E is upcoming between Bermuda and Barbados. For Trinidad and Tobago, they move atop Group E for the time being. The final score is Trinidad and Tobago 2, Antigua and Barbuda 0. For our entire team in Aruba and beyond, Mike Watts saying, thanks for watching the Concacaf Under-15 Championship. So long for now. We welcome you back to Oranjestad in the Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship. On a gorgeous day and match day 1 for one of the two, match day 2 for the other. The second day in Group B, it is Bermuda taking on Barbados. A very pleasant good morning wherever you may be, and we welcome you to this vital group stage fixture. Bermuda and Antigua and Barbuda finished scoreless in the opener between these sides. It means all the pressure is on Bermuda, the side that was anticipated to be top of the group. Entering into the event will carry the weight of expectation, having just watched Trinidad and Tobago defeat Antigua and Barbuda on this very field less than an hour ago. For Barbados, it is their opener. They'll play on 3 successive days. They'll see Bermuda today and then Antigua and Barbuda tomorrow. They'll close on Thursday with Trinidad and Tobago, a chance to really spoil things. But the vital game of this group always has been the upcoming game between Bermuda and Trinidad and Tobago tomorrow. Should Bermuda win this game, they merely need to win against Trinidad and Tobago to move on to 7 points, and it could put every other team out of reach. This, of course, League B, the action in Group A and Group B in League A has already been ongoing for 3 days. Mexico showing their dominant might against Nicaragua. Seen Panama and Honduras each pick up victories, although Panama saddled with a defeat already. Meanwhile, Costa Rica and the United States have handled their business in Group B, ultimately trying to find the Concacaf Under-15 champion. All the while, this League B fixture allows a number of teams that perhaps would have been outmatched in League A the opportunity to develop their young talent against a group perhaps a bit more at their level. This crucial moment for every young player. From the boys' tournaments at the under-15 level into ultimately the 17s, the 19s, and the senior national team, the beginning of this pathway to the professional game and to the senior international level that CONCACAF has found ways to stratify and ultimately make far more within reach than ever before. Action across Aruba throughout the day today. Should be quite a busy afternoon after these early morning League B matches. There will come a point where a number of these players will hear this anthem as they walk out for a World Cup qualifier or for a CONCACAF Gold Cup. This the first in a long, arduous journey to that point. And the support that did arrive from both Bermuda and Barbados makes themselves well known. Barbados opening match, Bermuda their second. But it becomes a must-win given what's occurred on this field earlier today. If they have hopes of consolidating the favoritism that followed them on paper into the event in an attempt to win the group title. We'll hear the national anthems, meet the lineups, kickoff imminent in Oranjestad. We've heard the anthems, and kickoff is coming up here in Oranjestad. Bermuda and Barbados set to match up here. Should make for a fairly fun match. We'll see what Barbados can do to put the pressure on and get off on the right foot. Small and Marshall in wide areas. Ward leads the line. King captains the side at center back. And Shaquan King in goal for Barbados. It's Martin Nunez who's the head coach. It is funny. Oftentimes you get the starting lineups, and the head coach typically is top of the staff. That is not the case. Instead, Kitman Orlando Map gets that glory. Jonathan Layton of Costa Rica will oversee the game today. Captains meeting here pregame. And take a look at the lineup for Vishon Blanchette and Bermuda. Latham in goal, 3 back for Bermuda, trying to get on the front foot here in this game, no doubt. It's Jennings who captains the side. Chaz Davis and Wolf, the trident, up front. Well, here comes the fun part. You sweat and you play in the streets to clubs, from your living room, ultimately to international competition, your country's crest adorning your shirt. It all leads to this. The Concacaf Under-15 Championship League B Group E continues. It is Barbados taking on Bermuda from Oranjestad in Aruba. Spinning through all that pressure, Roman Wilkinson. Trying to angle into a bit of freedom, but Barbados is taking it away. Pushed forward by Small. Thorne. Opening fixture of the day here saw Richardson score the insurance in the 66th after a fine finish by Aiden Jones in the 20th. Saw Trinidad and Tobago perhaps take control of the group. The offside flag is up just narrowly beyond the halfway line. Ricardo lost his footing, play on. And touched away by Tariq Collymore. Passed out by Pounder, leads to a throw for Bermuda. In their traditional pink kits, one that's really become one of the more unique in the Concacaf region. You'll never mistake that you're watching a Bermudian soccer match, I can promise you. Peters. Diagonal into the width. Pounder sending the cross. There's the opening goal. It's Barbados grabbing the opener. What a phenomenal beginning for Malik Peters and Barbados. It's 4 minutes into the game. Wow. Incredible. Don't count out Barbados. This is kind of the amazing thing about the under-15s. You could be the favorite. Ultimately, we know so little about these teams. Driven ahead by Pounder to Latham. Wade. Wade. Driven into the width. Oh boy. Walked ahead by Barrett. Barrett. Flicked along by Barbados. Outside to Thorne. The under 13s, they make you get that ball. Under 15s, they leave it to somebody else. By Salam. Good ball in behind. Wolf. What a tussle for the ball. And a goal kick to show for it. What an effort by King. All right. Fell to Wilkinson. Awkward giveaway picked up by Barbados. Could there be a second one here? Keeper came off his line, and Latham made that difficult for Ward. "11 minutes into this 35-minute half. Offside. Game hitting a bit of a lull, perhaps. Free kick. They're simply out for a throw for Barbados. Wade. Overcooked. Chaz. Decent hold up. Support arriving from Ricardo. Out to Pounder. Pounder for frame by Lapham. Preston North End player. That's a bit concerning. A bit of a hitch in the step there. Apparently good to continue. Barrett tosses in. Over by Deacon Wade. Up from Wade. Just over 15 minutes into this 35-minute game. Rather, first half, 70-minute game. Viewed off that scoreless draw in their opener against Antigua and Barbuda. Driven in behind into an offside position for Salam. Ball through. Real chance here for Bermuda in the save on Wolf by King, and the follow ripped up and above. Dynamic ball from Chaz. Wolf was through. And it looks like we are headed to a cooling break here in Aruba. Degrees and 70% humidity. Look at the opener way back in the 4th minute. Malik Peters. Bermuda. Trying to stay alive as much as anything. Second game, they finished with Trinidad and Tobago. Ahead of that vital finale. Even a point here goes a long way, gives them a real chance, but truthfully, it's a win that allows them to keep control. Here in Group E, Barbados a win, and they'll be in a phenomenal position. Well, let's see what they can do out of the cooling break now. Away from Malboy. So a corner for Bermuda. Boy wins it.
Yellow ahead. Boys, what are we doing? That's not what we worked on. That's not what we worked on. What are we doing? But that's not what we worked on. You're doing something of your own. Sasha! Because I can't get on the pitch. Here's my question. Why are we all of a sudden on? That's what we worked for, what we worked for in training.
Injury for Barbados. First real injury of this game. There were a couple in the Antigua and Barbuda Trinidad and Tobago game, two of which saw players out in the first half. See that left boot is off. Collymore up and throws that boot back on. Barbados is going to have to defend this down a man. To the near post and chipped toward frame. It's dealt with on both posts by Barbados. Awkwardly stabbed up by Latham. Launched out to touch. Kept in by Bermuda. They're really struggling to get through this Barbados press. Hatham again. Salam.
Go, ref. I said ref. You heard me? I said it.
Shove from Ricardo. Nearly a throw for Bermuda. Barrett here for Bermuda. Twisting in Wolf. Chaz. Free kick for Wade. I'll drop it, and Solomon Salam there to put it in play.
Adam, you got two.
Salam forward.
Let's go.
It's an unfortunate header, but ultimately enough to deal with it. Keeper well off his line. Latham up into the air. Little give and go. And now through for Barbados. Is it a second? It is! What a dynamic goal from Ricardo. Shine those shoes. It's golden for Barbados. Wow. Slicing through. That is a sure finish. The 27th minute for Ricardo. Bermuda's in serious trouble. Barbados look very much up to it. Wow. Chaz hit from behind. Launched forward. And the header steered off frame.
You got two there. Tell him. Right. Drop into the holding area. Don't play so far away. Marshall.
Not a half-bad concept looking for Solomon Salam. Taking the previous lengthy set pieces, that time made himself available on the receiving end. Ricardo. Foul suffered, but he can wait.
Whistle from Wade. Nolda from Wolf. Barbados is taking it. Ricardo slides over, lifted up and above. Would have felt like a real dagger from Malik Peters. Wow. Bright chance. Nearly. Again. Peters in the 4th, Ricardo in the 27th. A quick moving first half sees us into the 32nd minute, this 35-minute endeavor. Wolf. Cross field. Okay, that's a bit overcooked. Salam. No extra here, and a card. Double card. That is stomping out any unnecessary frustration as soon as possible. That's Salam. There's the push. There's a little extra to Malik Peters. So Salam is booked, as well as Peters.
Go.
The legs of Sasha Pounder. Throw for Thorne. Small. Too far. Bouncing ball over the top. Beyond Alboy. Into stoppage time, however much there may be.
Can we play out the other side? Can we play out the other side? Play out the other side, not here. Bobby, we're looking to recycle. Drop off, drop off. Good. Marshall, we can use it if we need to. Adam, drop off a little bit. Good. Bobby, drop off a bit. Drop off. I've got two here. You decide. One of you win it. Second ball. Go on, buddy, get across.
Off that of Wade. It's gone a minute. Ward. Threaded through. Wow, what a step and what a goal! Vital for Bermuda. Right on the stroke of halftime. Alboy finishes. Oh, huge. Had to have it. A vital goal right before halftime. Resets the tone for Bermuda. Wow. And halftime. Right on the stroke of halftime. Bermuda pull one back. Alboy in the 35th plus second minute. Peters in the 4th. Ricardo in the 27th. And while Barbados is in the lead in their opening game here in Group E, a long way to go. Bermuda fighting for their tournament lives. At halftime, it is Barbados 2, Bermuda 1. We peek back at first half highlights in this Concacaf Under-15 Championship League B Group E matchup between Barbados, their first match, against Bermuda, their second, following a scoreless draw against Antigua and Barbuda. Captains meeting pregame, and kickoff arrived at the toll of 11 bells here in Aruba. The opening goal took just 4 minutes time. Malik Peters. The perfect start. And Sam Wolf muscled off the ball. That is pretty good description of how Barbados has handled it on the defensive end to this point. Barbados easily could have had a second here if not for the intervention of Latham. Chaz playing on to Wolf. Vital with King. Ricardo doubling the lead in the 27th minute. Due for a shoe shine. And then Bermuda began to find their ways. Off the mark there by Salam. The foul on Wade. There's a talking to there. That'll come in mind a little bit later. Preferably right here. That's one too many pushes from Malik Peters. He'd already sort of gotten a warning, so no surprise he gets the yellow. The yellow shown to Salam as well for seeking out that additional conflict. And then the magic goal. Chaz through, finished by Alboy. 35+2. And Bermuda right back in the match. So it is halftime here in Aruba on this sun-soaked day in the Caribbean. It is Barbados 2, Bermuda 1. Change for Barbados going into the second half as Rosario Roach enters in. And we're about ready for the second 35. Onward we go in Aruba. 3 first half goals. Peters and Ricardo for Barbados. Alboy for Bermuda.
Ball yanked in by Latham. So for Barbados, win this match, it's a dream start. It's level on points atop the standings with Trinidad and Tobago, which is the side they'll meet last, 11 a.m. in 2 days' time on the 7th of August. For Bermuda, this result would just be killer. They'd be on 1 point through 2 games. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago coming up. But you would need to beat Trinidad and Tobago. Then you would need to get a positive result to fall just right. I'm not sure with Bermuda and Trinidad and Tobago still to play. It's really a path forward for them. Not a dominant win against Antigua and Barbuda to buoy them. Rather, against Trinidad and Tobago after that scoreless draw in the opener. Here's the halftime newcomer in Roach. Waterman muscled off the ball. Runs out what appeared to be a corner. Yeah. Deacon Wade. Take the set piece here. You can see it's going to be a bunch of numbers running across the face of goal. The ball across. Oh boy. Placed in front, bobbled and held by King. Turned over and carried forward by Wolf. Drags wide. Wolf on it again on the return from Alboy. No foul. Wade recovers.
Make it uncomfortable. Come, Chaz! Compete, Chaz! Get in the box. Get in the box.
Down the line. I believe that's Lightborn.
Come on, travel side. Travel side. That was your misplaced cross.
Tucker came on at the half as well. Bermuda shuffled the deck a bit. And Waterman. Way out to goal line extended. Lightborn. Free kick. It is outside the area.
He don't want none sliding. Come on, 2-0, right there. 2-2.
Winger who's impressed, also an accomplished sprinter as well.
Stop the watch. Stop
The international level is already impressed. Warwick Academy. His grandfather once played for Somerset Eagles, the side he now calls home.
Deacon, come.
Hey, Deacon.
Yeah. Waterfall, waterfall.
Where's Peanut? Where's Peanut?
Hey, Jayon.
Come on. Get to the ball first.
See what Deacon Wade can provide. This angle, if the goalkeeper leaves that near post too soon, could provide an issue. King trying to get the wall just right.
Someone needs to run towards the keeper once the ball's kicked. Run to the keeper when the ball's kicked. One of you. Press post run. One to the keeper.
Deacon Wade, ball's rolling on him, the wind about 20 miles an hour. Wade, right at the keeper. Done by King not to allow that to dribble away. Created genuine problems.
Come on, you can't join from there and then kick that side. On your back. Unacceptable. You kick that side and you allow him on the field.
Lightborn. Halftime substitute making a rather immediate impact.
Turn into trouble and played us into trouble. Turn out with the space and then we were behind them.
And all the while, Barbados suffering an injury.
Easiest on the ground now. Sub, yeah.
Stay engaged, boys. It's coming.
Lightborn, and then, oh. Looks like it could be non-contact. Not sure he actually got the player so much as landed awkwardly in the field. It's Tariq Collymore. Rochu came on at the half, sporting the captain's armband, discussing with the manager. Barbados may well have to go to their bench. Bermuda pushing for an equalizer, pushing even for more, one would imagine. Tucker couldn't continue the run. Perhaps a better shot now. He just got ushered away from the ball. It is a throw off of Ty Waterman, but the attention turns to the injured Adam King. And a second massive injury in short order for Barbados. Comes the substitute. Ty Gittins for the injured Tariq Collymore. Not the way you ever intend to utilize substitutes here. Seen a handful of injuries already. This Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship Group Stage. This League B Group E. Floated forward, had her away. Chance to hit that on the first time. Flutters off the bricks. Malboy, who scored about a minute and a half before the commencement of halftime. Really got everybody up at arms. You can hear it shouted. I'm not sure it's from the stands or from the technical area. Keep your heads. Couple of collisions the last few minutes that have started to push the intensity a bit. There was a coming together at the end of the first half. vital with 20 minutes remaining. Of course, both these teams still have the important games still to play in this event. Bermuda, one more against Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados, it's their first game this group stage. Lightborn. As the cross comes high, Wade can shepherd that any closer to goal. Counters on for Barbados. Play through another physical challenge near the halfway line. Lightborn still down. Make that small still down.
Omari, get back in position. You warming up, Seth? Just connect passes. And lay down. And let check one. Strong, Bonnie, strong.
About 17 minutes into the half, you could just as easily go to cooling break. Instead, there's the change that sees Chaz out. There it is. Take the hydration break as well. So Chaz on to the bench here midway through the second half. And Ryland De Silva. Checked in for Bermuda. A lot of positivity in these huddles. At the end of the day, would you like to win the group? Of course. But there is something to be said for valiant competition at this level. The best will, over time, find their way into games with far more substantial implications. Never can quite get these moments back. First time for so many coming together. The best in your age group in the country. There is the Caribbean Under 14 event that a number of these players have featured in previously, so maybe the first full senior Concacaf, so to speak, as opposed to the Caribbean Football Union competition. But extraordinary experience by any measure. To leave home, come to Aruba, feature in this magnificent one happy island. Home to gorgeous beaches and a tourist destination known throughout the world. So after the cooling break and the substitution, for that matter, that saw De Silva in, Bermuda continues their pursuit to come from 2 goals down. And Barbados will make a double sub here. Israel Watson and Seth Goodridge. Javante Ward coming off, as well as Amari Small. They've made the change in goal. Jaden Downs in for Shaquan King. That's 5 subs for Barbados. If that doesn't tell you how important the development item is here, King didn't show any sign of injury leading into this. You've essentially brought in a closer here for the final half of a half.
Play.
And on a hot, humid day, utilizing a 5th sub to do it. Into the penalty area here, Bermuda. The ball tapped across, partially cleared. It's still on here for the men in pink. It's at the feet. The newly inserted goalkeeper, Jaden Downs. That is instant pressure from Wolf. And Bermuda on Barbados. And a corner to show for it. Ball whipped in near post. Lifted away from the penalty spot. Tucker. Through Wade. Good fulcrum to this game. Dill into the width. Oh boy. Thought he had won a corner. The referee disagrees. Oh. Danger playing out of the back, and from that, perhaps something beautiful has blossomed. Standing the hip from Davis, and turning the corner, Barbados. Up over Watson, kept in the sideline by Waterman. Played square into the penalty area. Hammered wide of the post, and Ricardo has gone down. He's latching at the back of his head. Get a great look there. 60 minutes means we're only 10 minutes away from conclusion. So the pressure ratchets up. away from Tucker. This by Seth Goodridge. But to Barbados' benefit. Win the game. So often we get into the convoluted goal difference nature and win the game. That is the test here for Barbados. Put it in behind. Keepers left the penalty area. Latham, they've gotten away with one. Did do the job. Erased the Barbados player and goes to Bermuda. Still a fair amount of time left to really make something of this. Win this game and suddenly it's all in their grasp. Suddenly beat Trinidad and Tobago and get through. Barbados looking for their third. Away from Watson. Defense from Davis.
Can we do something different? Sasha, are you okay or not? Sure, good. Sasha, can we do something different? You know what we worked on? Coach, please, we worked on this, please. Can we do something different? Israel, can we do something different?
Looks like the shout there was to Sasha Pounder. Ball across, that's far too easy. Latham's got it. Quick distribution through Wolf.
Well done, Star, well done. Recover.
From Waterman.
No, on.
De Silva leading, cutback ball. Deflected over the line, corner. Truthfully, they need something of this game, Bermuda. They really do. Every ensuing set piece carries that little extra weight. De Silva to take the corner. Header down, sent toward Freeman in! It's Wolf equalizing for Bermuda!
All day. That's what I'm talking about.
From 2 goals down, they've turned the entire story upside down. And Bermuda hardly a wolf in sheep's clothing. They were projected to be the favorite. They needed to get a result. And after a stunning start from Barbados, it's level. And it's turned over awkwardly. Well, here's a test of a young team. 2-goal lead conceded. And they still get something of this game.
Right. You're going to play sort of off the left, but I want you to float. Listen, I want you to float in the half space.
Carter Thomas.
In the half space.
There goes the goal scorer who started the turnaround right before halftime. Yuri Alboy comes off. His goal, 35+2, provided Bermuda a lifeline.
Come on, Sally. Big up the boys. Let's go. Switch on.
Pulls back into Downs. Out to halfway. Flick on by Bermuda. Try and settle. Wilkinson. Latham. That's going to leak in behind. Could it possibly be the go-ahead? Oh, what a save! Jaden Downs! Heroic from Jaden Downs. Near disaster for Barbados. It was all there for Bermuda.
First and second again. Attack
3 minutes and stoppage time remain. The corner. Trying to lean over the top, Lightborn.
Come right, come right, come right. Keep it in, keep it in.
It's too far out of the reach of De Silva.
Come back, come back, come back, come back. Right there.
Loading up again, it's Wolf who scored the equalizer at 64. He commits the foul. Give him back to Bermuda. Barbados looks a bit helter-skelter at the moment. Goodridge. Combine with Ricardo's down, grabbing his head again. And the referee is going to stop play. Gestures to his head. And the clock will ominously tick to 70 minutes, and then we'll commence stoppage time. Finished 2-0 in favor of Trinidad and Tobago earlier today. Richardson in the 66th and Jones in the 20th. Antigua and Barbuda on opening day, a 0-0 draw against Bermuda. This is the third match in this group. And one that certainly sets the tone for the remainder. So put Bermuda on 2 points. With a win over Trinidad and Tobago, it'd all be in their hands. But should they fail, garner the full allotment, they'd be out. That's the predicament they've left themselves now. Into stoppage time. Rollins and Jordan are still on the bench as Ricardo is carried off. He reached for his head previously. That's the second time he went down. So it looks like for now Barbados playing with 10. It is unbeknownst to us how much stoppage there is. Here's Bermuda, ball across and flicked toward frame and held by Downs. Save as good as a goal. Remarkable intervention. Keep the score level. About 3 minutes remaining. Here comes the change. This is a head injury substitute. We get Rajari Rollins in off the bench, Barbados. Their 6th sub in this game. And Ricardo, who scored in the 27th, takes leave. Lifted by Lightborn. Ooh. It's inadvertent, but painful for Barbados nevertheless. They do keep the ball, however. Ball from Roach sneaks into the right channel. From 2 goals ahead, they find the late winner. A knock, a free kick to Barbados as Bermuda was breaking out. And that's a letdown. Gone 3 minutes. Again, unclear how much stoppage remains. Now or never for Bermuda, perhaps. The answer may well be never. Be unsurprising to see 4 or 5 minutes added on here, despite just 35-minute halves. 2-minute cooling break. Mixed in as well. That bounces through. On the drive, Peters rolls this over. It is touched out by Dill. And Bermuda will have to defend another set piece. Tired legs, exasperated lungs. Larry Dill giving that last little gasp of effort. Injured player for Barbados trying to stretch out on the ground. Had to have it. He simply had to have it. The burst necessary, the very end. Pounders back up. The coach has been checking on him for some time now. Does he have one more service in those exhausted legs? On 5 minutes, Dill goes down. I think this is a potential chest injury is what just got gestured by the official. caught up on how this game was equalized. Gian Wolf. Dill was hunched over just a few moments ago. I believe that's Pounder getting stretched by Rollins. Gotten to that point in this game. All the Bermudian players have come to check on Dill now.
Sasha! Adam!
Zai Dyer seen his name handed in to the official. If there's a point to be taken here, it was that last effort by Dill that assured it. Provide a bit of shade here, brought water out, and they've sat the player up with the assistance of the athletic trainer. The longer this goes on, the more concern naturally festers here, the young Bermuda player. Dill sprinted into the picture, tail end of that preceding play. Actually got back up, walked over to the other side of the 18. You could hear the coaching staff yelling for him to sit down, assuming he acknowledged that he hadn't felt well.
Right, behind the ball, right. Have that ref defending behind the ball.
Helped onto the stretcher now. Hugely unfortunate. It appears the heat has gotten the best of Dill here. Applause for Naori Dill. It's a heroic effort right at the end of this shift. And the attention turns to his health now. Dyer did come on, or is set to come on now for Dill. We were inching toward the last kick of the game, and it may well be that this set piece is it. Certainly hope all's well with Dill moving forward. But 90 degrees, humid, and the wind can almost take some of the sting out of that, but you can be certain, absolutely feeling that level of exertion combined with this heat. Short corner, this could be it. Header away, top of the 18, dragging inside. Came back to Latham. Will they allow this to play out? They will. Only one back for Barbados. This turf has been tricky. Sits up, ball knocked down, and cleared by Downs.
No far throw, long throw. Side and Gandy box.
Truth is, only the center referee now knows just how much time remains. Ball toward frame, oh wow! Oh wow! Bermuda, the winner! Carter Thomas!
Yes, you guys! Come on! Yes!
Do you believe that? It fell so kindly. The finish so clinical. What a moment for Bermuda. From 2 goals down. Surely they've won it in the 15th minute of stoppage time.
How much left? How much left?
Unreal. Bermuda may have just saved their tournament lives. Surely Barbados can't believe it. It's not the last kick of the game. It is one last chance for Barbados. They scored 4 minutes into this game. They led by 2. Going into first half stoppage. 2 stoppage time goals. One at the end of the first, one the dying embers of the second. And that's it. It is full time. What a win for Bermuda against all odds. They have secured the full 3 points, and Carter Thomas, lofted by his teammates, the winner at 70 plus 14. 2 goals down inside half an hour. Their tournament hanging by a thread. And Barbados shocked. The equalizer in the 64th. They concede the winner at 70 plus 14. The final score of this remarkable Under-15 Championship League B Group E matchup. Bermuda 3, Barbados 2.
It is match day 2 in League B Group F as St. Kitts and Nevis take on Guatemala in the Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship 2025 edition. Blue skies, sunny conditions in the Dutch Caribbean island of Aruba. And this ground just hosted 2 fantastic matches before this one. Trinidad and Tobago 2-0 winners over Antigua, and Cuba with a barn burner 2-1 win over Cayman Islands. Group F looks like this. Guatemala 9-1 winners over British Virgin Islands yesterday. Dominican Republic 4-0 winners over St. Kitts. Guatemala trying to keep their foot on the gas in Group F and try to create some distance between themselves and Dominican Republic. As for St. Kitts and Nevis, they're going to try to get their first point of this tournament and stay within the discussion of getting out in Group F. Two teams coming out on the pitch, this being their second match in just 2 days. They will both play again tomorrow, where Dominican Republic will take on British Virgin Islands, and St. Kitts and Nevis will take on the 4th team to wrap up this Group F. And the winner will go into the second round as this tournament progresses. St. Kitts and Nevis versus Guatemala. We have national anthems, starting lineups, and we will meet today's officials. So there you have it, Guatemala's national anthem. They're trying to add to that 9-1 win they had over BVI yesterday. St. Kitts and Nevis trying to bounce back from that 4-0 loss to Dominican Republic. For the Guatemala win, they had 7 different goal scorers in their 9-goal rout yesterday. As for St. Kitts and Nevis, they had some saves from their goalkeeper, but not enough to keep Dominican Republic at bay. Right now, the captains, Androdi Eddy for St. Kitts and Nevis and Christopher Pakai will meet in the center circle as St. Kitts comes out in a 4-4-2. Victor Hart Jr. gets his place back in goal. Freeman, Newton, Wilkinson, and Finch in the back line. Captain Eddie and Phillips in the middle. Bradshaw and Williams on the wings. And Barnes and Jonathan Phillips lead the line up front as the Sugar Boys try to find their first goal of the tournament. Match officials: Damian Rosa from Martinique, Javier Burgos from Puerto Rico, Kessie Phillip from Grenada, and Pablo Camacho from Costa Rica, the four-man officiating crew for today's League B Group F matchup. Number 10, Captain Christopher Pakai got 2 goals yesterday. There he is in the middle. And this is Guatemala's very attacking lineup. A 4-5-1, Paz back in goal. Albi Zuriz and Quinones at the back. Martinez and Castillo on the sides. Joshua Perez, Aguilar, and Pakai himself in the middle. Alvaroda and Zelada on the wings, and Barrios up top, the number 9 for today's match. Well, St. Kitts and Nevis have been promoted from Tier 3 in 2023 to Tier 2 in 2025 after their semi-final finish just 2 years ago. And there is Hart in goal. They'll be looking to try and get their first point in this second tier. As for Guatemala, they got to the knockout stages in 2023. Just couldn't get to the semi-finals after being bounced in that knockout phase. We're in the beautiful stadium of Jose Weaver in Aruba. Ryan Davis with you. League B Group F about to kick off. Damian Rosa looking to the sidelines with his 4th official, Pablo Camacho, just lining up the clocks before we start these 2 35-minute halves. Guatemala in the blue and white, St. Kitts in the all red. It will be the Sugar Boys of St. Kitts to get us underway, and they'll be going from left to right. This beautiful island just north of Colombia. Talk about southern Caribbean Sea of Aruba, just 69 square miles I should say. Lots of sun, very little trees on the beach. So make sure and wear your UV suntan lotion when you step on that beautiful Aruba sand. As Damian Rosa blows us off. St. Kitts and Nevis versus Guatemala. The second match for these two teams in this tournament. And immediately Guatemala pressing high, and they win it right back, trying to add to that 9-goal tally that they had yesterday. First whistle goes St. Kitts and Nevis' way. St. Kitts and Nevis had an excellent run leading up to the Concacaf Gold Cup. Didn't quite get in. They certainly raised a few eyebrows on their journey. This one spread out wide, getting some width. Just waiting for that Guatemala press. At this point, it's coming all the way up to the last third by Barrios leading the line in number 9, and they win it right back. Here's Alvarado, his first attempt. And the left-footed Alvarado, 2 goals yesterday, and he got those goals in the dying embers against BVI in the last couple of minutes of that match, and he earns his right to start today. Pakai, the captain, another effort, not too far off. And if you weren't sure what sort of mood Guatemala is in the opening minute and a half, they've made it very clear through their number 10 what their intentions are today. Referee not happy with the blade of grass in which the goal kick was taken, and we do it again. Hart immediately under pressure, and Guatemala get it back, top of the box, little flick, And he shot. Great save by Hart. It was Joshua Perez. Just to the right of the D, inside the box. Taken quickly. Alvarado back on that left foot. The cross. Deflection. Pakai. Another cross to the last post. And the Barrios' effort falls for Alvarado. And coming across was Demilian Williams. Corner number 2. Here's that effort by Perez. Excellent save by Hart. A blinder. Well, we're just 2.5 minutes in, and we've already had 3 shots in Hart's vicinity. In swinger. Hart this time gathers. His distribution can only find a Guatemalan defender. And the first touch for Mario De Paz in the Guatemalan goal. João Martinez plays for City SC. His partner in crime at the centre-back position is none other than Albi Zuriz. Perez goes down. Guatemala's free kick. You can see with the flags in the background. A lot of breeze in Aruba today. Players will welcome it. And Damian Rosa, the referee in the middle, not hesitating to have a quick word with the St. Kitts defender. The skipper, Pakai, hand up. Socks hovering around his mid-shin. Looks like a 1980s footballer. Crossing to the last post, and it's over the head of Guillermo Quiñones. Quiñones, another of the defenders for Guatemala, coming all the way up for the set piece. Victor Hart Jr. already with a blinding save just minutes ago. Barnes. Ball bubbling around. Pakai can't control it. Throw in for the Sugar Boys. Newton goes back. First touch for Malik Freeman. Switching sides is Hart Jr. In the center circle. Well, it didn't take Guatemala long yesterday for Mazariegas to score the opening goal just 4 minutes in over BVI, and that would start their 9-1 rout. They got 5 goals in the opening 35 minutes. That set the table. Ball not kept in play, but it's going to be a Guatemala throw. Adrian Castillo will leave it for Quiñones. Here's Aguilar. Gets it back. Looking for options. Finds Zeleda. Pakai, beautifully. Alvarado. Well, Christopher Pakai, the captain in the middle, who had 2 goals yesterday, is also a distributor. Can play just about any pass on the field and has eyes in the front and the back of his head. Look at that reverse pass. These are the days where we see the stars of the future in CONCACAF. This is where you see players rise to the Central American Championship that's being played right now in CONCACAF. These are the youngsters for tomorrow. Albi Zuriz wins back possession. Alvarado gets a step, crossing. And the missed cross wasn't too far from the on-running Castillo at the last post. Hart doesn't waste any time. And his haste means Guatemala gets the possession back. Well, because of Dominican Republic's 4-0 win over St. Kitts and Nevis, they're 4 goals behind on goal difference to Guatemala. However, Guatemala will be all too aware that Dominican Republic will be playing British Virgin Islands right after this match, and they'll be looking to improve on their tally. Pakai lofting it. Out comes Hart. So you can see the urgency from Los Chapines to try and pepper the St. Kitts and Nevis goal. Well, Concacaf tournaments are never short on drama. We just got a mouth-watering game that just wrapped up a little while ago. An absolute barn burner in a 2-1 win for Cuba over Cayman Islands. Cuba getting the goal in the dying minutes to secure all 3 points. That is Group E action in League B. Before that, Trinidad and Tobago 2-0 winners over Antigua. All 4 teams, that was their first match of the tournament. Coming inside, here's Perez. Albizuris keeps it in play, but St. Kitts and Nevis gets it back with Williams. Malik Freeman. Is Travis Rogers with those dreadlocks and that white t-shirt for St. Kitts and Nevis, the head coach. Williams. And the pressure pays off yet again for Guatemala. Albizuris plays for CST Municipal, one of the more storied clubs in Guatemala. Harassment from Barrios, and it pays off, and a little tug of the shirt from the defender. Barrios, all his effort has been rewarded with a free kick. He was hounding Malik Freeman. There's that tug of the shirt. Captain, set-piece specialist, Il Diez, whatever you want to call him, Christopher Pakai, is about to deliver an in-swinger. And Claudio Albizuris, the left footer, is standing there just to be a decoy, you suspect. Pakai, low delivery. And eventually it's going to be a goal kick for St. Kitts and Nevis. Both of these teams play again tomorrow. British Virgin Islands will play St. Kitts and Nevis. And then everyone who's keeping an eye on this group will be licking their lips as Dominican Republic and Guatemala play tomorrow in maybe the decider for Group F. Coming out of trouble is Joshua Perez. Early cross. Alvarado couldn't get there. .5 minutes in, St. Kitts and Nevis 0. Guatemala 0. Poor control, Alvarado and Barrios. Some space on this right-hand side. trying to get to the byline. Williams. Goal kick. Check that. That's Isaiah Bradshaw, the number 9 for St. Kitts and Nevis. Pakai coming deep and releasing Alvarado with an effortless left-footed pass. Alvarado's early cross on the ground. Top of the box. Guess who it is? Pakai. Even his miss kick finds Barrios. And now a corner kick for Los Chapines. Right-footed Pakai, the left-footed Alvarado. Now the breeze is blowing favorably for these two players. Going right across Hart's goal from right to left. Which means Alvarado and Pakai wouldn't have to put too much effort to get this ball across the face of the goal. As referee Rosa has a quick discussion with Joshua, well, Jose, actually it's Joshua Perez. Pakai. Good delivery. Little flick on from Carlos Zelada. Pinpoint accuracy from the number 10. Zelada is almost hurried on to him. Thumping clearance by Martinez. Perez couldn't keep control. Perez. Beautiful skill, a roly-poly. But St. Kitts and Nevis niggling away, and they win it back. Top of the box now. Slide tackle coming in from Castillo. There's a player down for St. Kitts and Nevis. It's Isaiah Bradshaw. Malik Freeman. Albi Zuris coughs up a throw-in. Kimani Newton. Again out by Martinez. Bouncing around, St. Kitts and Nevis can't control. Perez. Looking for Barrios. Hart Jr. Well, after a flurry of chances from Guatemala in the opening 3, 4 and 5 minutes mark, the game has settled down and St. Kitts and Nevis are starting to find their defensive shape. Overlapping run to the byline. And so far, Victor Hart has been called into action and has responded on any given opportunity. Castillo. Aguilar went down and won a free kick now for Guatemala. Number 10 and number 7 on their way. Pakai and Albizuris. Now this may be the first instance where the left-footed Albizuris wins the argument over his captain. and may provide an in-swinger. He has. Albizuris lofted and hard. It went over his head, and somehow Guatemala couldn't finish at the last post. It was Barrios sneaking in. Excellent delivery, teasing his heart, lost it, and Barrios just couldn't convert it. A painful smile on his face. Martinez. Turn from Barrios. Perez dispossessed. St. Kitts and Nevis, a little bit of a window. The captain, Eddie, couldn't keep control and finally gets it back. Oh, and Hart is out of his goal. And then a missed kick. Comedy of errors in the back of the Sugar Boys lineup. Corner number 4 for Guatemala. My money's on Pakai to take this one. Hold your breath. Alvarado just grabbed the ball again. And another discussion for referee Rosa. This time with Jonathan Phillips. Alvarado. In swinging corner. Goes through everyone. So because of the heat, referee Rosa has decided for a cooling break. And St. Kitts and Nevis, to be fair, have weathered the storm. Guatemala dominating in the opening 19 minutes. The captain, Christopher Pakai, has been pulling the strings in midfield. Had 2 goals yesterday, the number 10. And has been moving the ball around for Guatemala. Victor Hart, the goalkeeper for St. Kitts, had to pull off a point-blank save. This was the latest chance. Aguilar's free kick went over everyone's head, and Barrios just couldn't convert from point-blank range. Edgar Cotto, the Guatemalan head coach, pleading with his players, understanding that they need a goal to ensure 3 points with the Dominican Republic playing British Virgin Islands right here on this ground next. The line we go. Alvarado wins it back. Zelada. Aguilar. Falls kindly for Pakai. Drags it back. If you're keeping count at home, that's corner number 5 for Guatemala. And the pressure continues. So too the wind. Stadion Jose Weaver in Aruba. the last post over Barrios' head. Throw in for St. Kitts. Malik Freeman. Excellent control. Awkward bounce for Martinez. No matter what the age group or the level of play, that ball over the top, as soon as it bounces just beyond the centre back, it is always going to be problems with the defenders facing their own goal and a forward breathing down their back. Albizuris. Barrios giving chase, and there's that bounce again. Barrios! And the whistle has gone. Looks like it would not count. Ball in the back of the net, but offside for the number 9, Jose Barrios. Again the ball over the top, again the awkward bounce. Good finish by Barrios, but he was offside. And the score remains at 0-0. Claudio Albizuris. Hook back in by Alvarado. Perez. Pakai. Corner flag pass. Here's Hart. Burst of speed, but not enough real estate. Going to be a throw-in for Guatemala. Apologies from the left back. "35-minute halves. Concacaf Boys U-15 Championship. League B was won by Nicaragua 2 years ago. They've been bumped up to League A. League C was won by none other than St. Martin. League A was won by the United States, and Hart has been pickpocketed. And they're not out of the woods yet. Barrios, Pakai, Pakai again. What a build-up. Alvarado with space. Takes on a second. Fantastic recovery by Freeman. Here's that run, and here's that recovery. Errant corner. Guatemala have to go all the way back. Aguilar. Still Aguilar. Alvarado's poor touch means the Sugar Boys throw. Referee has his hand up. The whistle has gone for a free kick. I believe it's an offside call. Travis Rogers at the bottom of your screen having a quick word with his bench. The pattern so far in this tournament that the benches are thoroughly used up for the two halves. Guatemala can boast Jacob Mazariegos, who scored yesterday versus BVI, is on the bench today. Barrios. Perez. Hart has been accused for handling the ball. The linesman on the far side is unmoved. But referee Rosa is going to call a handball for Hart. May have had possession, but if his hand broke the plane, of the line. That will constitute a handball. So free kick for Guatemala. The left-footed Albizuris is in the neighborhood. And here comes Pakai joining the party. Edgar Cotto. He got the memo. He has the hat and the long sleeves on. Pakai, floater. Excellent touch, no accuracy. And the clean up by Newton. Freeman dispossessed. Eddie, the captain. Crunching tackle. One back. Goes all the way through to Barrios, whose touch let him down. Still Barrios. Lays it off. And the effort by Aguilar. Another corner for Guatemala. Cross coming in from Pakai. Martinez tries to get it right back into the mix-up. Works out well. Barrios leaves it, and all alone is Perez, and it's 1-0 Guatemala. Something out of nothing. Martinez just lofted it up the line. Early cross, a beautiful dummy by Barrios. Just a toe poke coming from Zelada. Look at the leave, and then look at the thumping finish by Joshua Perez. His name goes in lights, and Guatemala take a valuable and earned 1-0 lead. Los Chapines 1, St. Kitts and Nevis 0. And now Edgar Cotto can breathe a sigh of relief. Pakai, here they come again. Slipping it through effortlessly for Alvarado. Half an hour gone, and Guatemala got their reward just about a minute ago. Joshua Perez. 5 minutes remaining in this first half. Barrios, another fake. Falling kindly for Alvarado. Tries to loft it for Castillo. Center circle. Outside of the foot. Alvarado and Newton. St. Kitts and Nevis. Barnes. Free kick for the Sugar Boys. Well, St. Kitts and Nevis promoted from Tier 3 to Tier 2. Lost their first match in 2023, 2-0 to Dominica. Then a 3-0 win over US Virgin Islands. Lost to St. Martin 1-0. Came out third in the group. Defeated Anguilla by 4-0 in the quarterfinals. And lost to US Virgin Islands, who they beat in the group stage, but lost in the semis by 1-0. That effort was good enough to get them to Tier 2. Jakari Huggins, their forward, scored multiple goals in that tournament, including a brace against Anguilla in the quarterfinals. Can they dig deep and get one back against this rampant Guatemala team? Lofted in swinger. teasing.
No se quede parado, Aguilar. ¡Agrande! Perfílense, muchachos, ante la pelota. Juega, juega. Yo.
Aguilar. Martinez. De Paz. And he's not been called into action much, Mario De Paz. And you can see the cold as ice touch as soon as he was put under pressure. I see problems with goalkeepers. Their team could be dominating, and then they're called into action on the drop of a dime, and they have to react. Under pressure is Zelada. Free kick for Guatemala.
Sí, está luchando, pero cuida la pelota. No la dejes ahí. Digo, Guatemala, aquí, la falta aquí. ¡Ey! La falta aquí al portero, hazle al portero rápido.
Referee Rosa, a little finicky on where the ball is played. Here's Aguilar. Martinez. And the press almost pays off for St. Kitts and Nevis. Claudio Albizuris. We're in the last minute of regular time in this first half. Another whistle and it goes St. Kitts' way.
¡Hey, vamos! ¡Vamos!
So the breeze is coming towards the camera. Give you an idea of the type of delivery. They take it quickly. Williams. Eddie under pressure. Again, it is St. Kitts and Nevis who get the benefit of the whistle. It was Derek Alvarado, the culprit. Malik Freeman. Eddie, the captain, didn't put much mustard behind it and paid the price. 2 minutes of injury time to be added. Down the line goes Newton. Falling for Eddie. Captain Pakai. Wins it at the back, wins it at midfield. Castillo lunges. Here comes St. Kitts and Nevis, but offside was the call. Pablo Camacho, the assistant referee. Maybe the last kick of this first half. Mario De Paz wants some cover to the sides. Looking for Alvarado. Out by Freeman. And that is the whistle for the end of the first half. Guatemala dominant in the first 35 minutes. A goal by Joshua Perez in the 29th separates these two sides. But Los Chapines, their quality on the ball and efforts on goal provides a lot larger separation between the Sugar Boys and Los Chapines. Captain Pakai, the number 10, has been dominant in midfield, as Guatemala have in the first half. St. Kitts and Nevis have questions to answer. And when we return, we will have first half highlights from Jose Weaver Field in Aruba.
jump up and up on it.
We are back in Aruba for Guatemala versus St. Kitts and Nevis, as Los Chapines have a 1-0 lead after the first half. Some substitutions taking place just at half-time. Jorge Yol and Nicolas Merida has coming for Guatemala. And for St. Kitts and Nevis, it is Najib Zuberi Kelly has come in. Ajami Byron has also come in. So to Kamari Francis for St. Kitts and Nevis. On that far side is Alvarado. There you have Lajani Byron coming in for Jonathan Phillips for St. Kitts and Nevis. So to Kamari Francis for Malik Freeman at right back. Coming inside Castillo. And Guatemala continuing right where they left off. Albizuris, Alvarado, the two left footers. So the pattern continues in this tournament. Teams exhausting their benches throughout the second half. So far, 2 substitutions for Guatemala, 3 for St. Kitts and Nevis. Alvarado. Zelada, switching sides. Albizuris. Little flick from Barrios. Pakai leads it back and a volley. Half volley at that. It bounced up kindly for him. And what an effort from Carlos Zelada, who started the move and almost finished it from 40 yards out. Castillo. Zelada just pumping it forward. Here's that bounce. Perez, the goal scorer, fakes it once, slips it through, in on goal. Excellent save by Hart. Mario Victor Hart Jr. has been spectacular so far for St. Kitts and Nevis. If Guatemala have been peppering and creating chances, Victor Hart is doing his very best in stopping and trying to keep St. Kitts and Nevis in this match. Little crossover. Fakes. Stopping the cross. Eddie's header. Chance just to ease the pressure and hold things up. Bradshaw winning the free kick. Excellent hold-up play by the target man. Substitute. That was Byron. Barrios. Zelada. Threading the needle. Alvarado can't get on the end of it. Well, the player of the match so far for St. Kitts and Nevis is none other than the man in the green shirt, Victor Hart Jr. As the number 10 Pakai is the player of the match so far for Guatemala. Zelada. Pakai. Castillo. They're queuing up for the cross. Here it comes on the penalty spot and the volley. Not too far off. It was the substitute Jorge Yol who just came in minutes ago. Castillo, top of the penalty box, just couldn't keep his volley down. Player down for St. Kitts and Nevis after the free kick was blown by the referee. That is the captain, Andondre Eddy. Emilian Williams. Poor pass. Castillo trying to catch Hart out of his goal. Williams, who's moved from midfield to the centre-back position. Perez finding Barrios. Perez goes down, wins a free kick. Well, the sun is hot, and that just makes recovery just a little bit longer for the players. There was Williams coming through the back of Perez. Christopher Fabekai from CSD Municipal. Getting ready to unleash another free kick. This time, may have enough angle to test Hart at the near post. Pakai drills it at the near post. Awkward hop for Hart. And a free kick for the goalkeeper, St. Kitts and Nevis. Perfectly executed by the captain, having the hop right in front of the goalkeeper. Barrios followed up. And here comes Yol. Little legs churning. And wins a corner kick for Guatemala. Here's that delivery, right in front of the goalkeeper. The bounce, and there's Barrios. Again, another low delivery. Top of the box, perfectly executed. Pakai shot. Well, Christopher Pakai has been everywhere and done everything for Guatemala so far in this match. 2 goals yesterday and leading from in front today. Bradshaw wins the throw-in. Big target man pressuring the defenders. That was Quinones who had to cough up the throw-in. Perez. Floating this one to the near side. Joshua Perez, you look at the technique of his goal. He shot laces, kept his head down. Now you see the pass, just pinging it to any direction. His technique, the number 16 for Guatemala, just seems to be polished. St. Kitts and Nevis beautifully play themselves out of trouble. Here's Eddie, the captain. Corner flag pass, here we go. Can they get their first cross in? No, they can't. It is Aguilar to the rescue. Have an injury for St. Kitts and Nevis. Is that bump coming in very late from Carlos Zelada. There's that recovery from Quinones. So the yellow card brandished to the defensive midfielder, Zelada, for that late bump. Almost cynical bump on Eddie. And credit to the fourth official, just advising referee Rosa what happened after the play had been completed. Officiating has come so far, just like the game, on the field and off the field. Officials working in tandem to make sure everything is responded to in the appropriate fashion. So confirmation, Zelada yellow carded. Cross coming in to the last post, no one's there. Albizuris can't find Joshua Perez. Well, Guatemala will feel they need another goal at least. They came into this match with a 4-goal lead in goal difference over Dominican Republic. But Dominican Republic defeated St. Kitts and Nevis by 4-0 yesterday. But to be fair to the Sugar Boys, they've responded valiantly today. Disciplined in defending, rugged, physical, and have deterred Guatemala through their keeper Victor Hart on more than one occasion. Castillo, who's come out wide in the second half. Aguilar, still Aguilar. Slide tackle Williams, Pakai. Effort from Albiruris. Now the left-footed midfielder who sits on the left shoulder of Pakai, holding his position. So said, so done, was on the left shoulder of Pakai. Just couldn't keep his effort down. Bradshaw. Excellent hustle, poor control. Aguilar, beautiful. Can't get past the third tackle. Thumping tackle, and Aguilar is going to wear that one for a while. Eddie. St. Kitts and Nevis, for all of their defending, is just a goal away from an equalizer. Slip through to the byline. Eddie's still down, but back up now. And they win their first corner of the second half, St. Kitts and Nevis. Here's this thumping tackle heard around Aruba. So the limping captain of Eddie will take this left-footed corner. Out by Martinez. Not convincingly. All the way back it's going to go. Hart. Pickpocketed by Pakai. But recovered nicely by Finch. This was Finch. Beautiful move, and Castillo cynically. But the last 3 or 4 minutes, St. Kitts and Nevis have worked their way back into the game. Martinez. A non-stop breeze, island breeze in the Dutch Caribbean island of Aruba. In Stadion Jose Weaver. Aguilar, top of the box. Castillo, Aguilar. Right back trying to get his cross in. Corner kick for Guatemala. Pakai has gone across to pick up his usual duties. To the last post it goes. Here's Perez. Substitute Yule, full of fresh legs. Williams gets the better. St. Kitts and Nevis, beautiful skill on that far side to keep the play in motion. Eddie holds off 2. Sprayed out wide. And coming through the back of Evoy Barnes was Aguilar. Substitution number 3 for Guatemala. Adrian Castillo comes off. In his place, defender Nicolas Torres. So a defender for a midfielder. Turn by Francis. Pakai. Turn by Perez. Overlapping run by Yol. And for once, Pakai did something wrong. As the match has worn on, you can see Guatemala's press beginning just a little deeper into their own half, well, into the second third of the field. It is not all the way up to the 18-yard box like we saw before they got the first goal. Pakai. Pakai. Barrios to his right, so to Yol. Aguilar. Little 1-2. Still doesn't get Still, St. Kitts and Nevis keep the pressure up. Here's Guatemala. Aguilar. Trying to find Barrios. Eddie. His pass was just not firm enough. Williams. Back to his captain. Gets past one. Eddie. Just seems to have all the time in the world in number 10. Nicolas Merida, the substitute goalkeeper, getting his first touch. Things have slowed down just a bit in Aruba, Stadion Jose Weaver to be exact. As St. Kitts and Nevis have really got stuck in, as they would say, and are crowding out Guatemala in midfield. As a result, Los Chapines have not carved out any clear-cut chances so far in the opening 15 minutes of the second half. Not sure if that was intended. St. Kitts and Nevis win a free kick. That was Joshua Finch getting away from Yole. So halfway through this second half, it's a cooling break. At this very time, in the first half, we had Guatemala all over the back of St. Kitts and Nevis. Now the game has worked itself out to be more even than it was at this stage in the first half. Still, Joshua Perez's goal in the 29th minute separates these two teams. Guatemala will be looking over their shoulder with Dominican Republic playing British Virgin Islands next on this very ground. They come into this match day 2 in Group F with a 4-goal difference lead. And this was the goal. Look at the leave by Barrios. One touch and a thumping drive from Perez. Superb team effort. And a fantastic finish to top it off. They came into this game with a 4-goal lead in goal difference margin over Dominican Republic. But with DR playing BVI next, that lead, which is 5 now after Perez's goal, can evaporate. Tomorrow, these two teams will play again. St. Kitts and Nevis will play against British Virgin Islands. And Guatemala will get their shot against Dominican Republic. Martinez. Going all the way back to Quinones. Zilada, who's cautioned. Pakai. Splitting pass, but finds Hart. Hart, so calm in possession. Pakai. Yul. Aguilar's dink. Shrugged off was Byron. Eddie wins it back. St. Kitts and Nevis have some numbers. Bradshaw goes down. Referee says play on, and Merida comes out of his goal and has to have or make a brave stop Now the Sugar Boys slowly inching their way towards the Guatemalan goal. On a 1-0 scoreline. Any number can play, as they would say in the lottery. Torres keeps possession. Alvarado. Barrios. Actually, it was Joshua Perez coming in. Quiñones. Just over 10 minutes remaining in this League B Group F match. St. Kitts and Nevis 0, Guatemala 1. Byron's throw, little flick on to Bradshaw, throwing that big body of his around. Wins a free kick. Taken quickly, and referee Rosa so consistent in wanting the position of the ball to be exact when play resumes. So Barrios departs. His dummy led for the goal for Perez. Coming in, number 11, the goal scorer, Jacob Mazariegos. And Pakai, the captain, comes off for Anthony Cook. So Mazariegos in for Barrios, Cook for Pakai. Delivery, outcome area, poor corner, poor cross. Oh, and the clearance still not convincing, but somehow Guatemala come away with possession. Williams, hounded by Yule. And this could be trouble. It's the substitute, Mazariegos, splitting two and wins the free kick. Well, Barrios, who was relentless with his running, has been subbed out for Mazariegos, who has a goal under his belt already in this match. Scored the opener yesterday against British Virgin Islands. And now those fresh legs are going to be churning in the direction of Victor Hart's goal. With Pakai subbed out, Claudio Albizuris, the left footer, has been assigned to this free kick. Perfect angle for him, and a breeze going to his right. Floated. More hype than execution. Hart weaves his way out of trouble beautifully. Well, he's not short on confidence, Victor Hart, despite the amount of pressure put on him from Guatemala today. Finch's throw to the corner flag. 6.5 minutes remaining. Guatemala more than nursing a 1-0 lead. Here's Victor Hart. Beautiful skill. Has his sort of touches as a midfielder. But if you saw his save in the 3rd minute in this match, absolutely spectacular. You will not doubt his keeping skills as well. Albizuris. Little floater. And Hart against the crossbar. Finally cleared out. Driven in. Perez. Still Perez. And he tackled from behind. Easy call for referee Rosa.
Damien, Rosa.
Here's this bit of skill. This is Maraziegos. His header came off of Williams' shoulder, hit the crossbar, and Hart got his fingertips there as well. Number 6, Williams Viagran from CST Municipal, set to come in.
Enano, enano, que vaya al arco. Que vaya al arco, enano. Convicción. Dale que la haces. Convicción, enano.
The substitute Jorge Yol, who came on at half-time, ready to take this set piece. Perfect angle for the right footer, just to the left of the D, and enough room to get it up and over that wall or strike it towards the keeper. Can Yol provide some breathing room for Guatemala? Yol, wall does its job. St. Kitts and Nevis get a piece of it. Excellent ball over the top. First touch for Viagran, and his shots into the arms of Hart. Lofted pass. Out by Torres. Zelara, despite the caution, was kept in the game. Finch does a great job holding off Yol. But Guatemala in the end, the linesman Pablo Camacho has decided it's a Guatemalan throw, to the disgust of Finch. Clearance only as far as Anthony Cook. Maraziegos. Cook, beautifully done. Albizuris. Offside the call. 2.5 minutes remaining. Lofted up from St. Kitts and Nevis, looking for Bradshaw. And the second touch may pay off. It did for a moment. That is the end of Isaiah Bradshaw's evening. The big target man comes off. Number 15, Leslie Thomas. Forward for a forward. Towed away. Maraziegos on an island. Gets past one. Yol to his right. The shot just couldn't get around it.
Vuelta, 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 Jacob. ¡Ey, ey, ey! ¡Go! ¡Go! ¡Apriétalo ahí! ¡Apriétalo, Will! ¡Guiño! ¡Celada! ¡Guiño! ¡Arriba, Celada! ¡Arriba!
Yul coming inside. Maraziegos, first time pass. Out comes Hart. Excellent tackle by Finch. 30 seconds remaining in regular time. Guatemala seeing out this match so far. Just that narrow 1-0 lead, but starting to keep the ball far away from their goal and right in the neighborhood of St. Kitts and Nevis. As I say that, they are picked off.
Go, Josh. Forward. LJ.
3 minutes of injury time added on. Lofted forward towards the fresh legs of Thomas. Albizuris skillfully drifts past one, but his pass didn't match his dribble. Zelada. Still Zelada. A lot of traffic in the center circle. No team willing to go out wide until now. This one was thumped high and wide, but the last touch came off of St. Kitts and Nevis. So Guatemala will have a corner kick on the far side. Albizuris, as well as Viagran. His cross somehow gets past the head of Maraziegos and Quinones. Excellent delivery, pace, whip, right in front of Victor Hart's goal. And the pressure may pay off. Albizuris, lofted pass, one bounce, Williams is there, so too Maraziegos, and St. Kitts and Nevis get it back, maybe their last breath. One back by Cook. Albizuris, Thomas's first touch. Nowhere to go. Here's Torres. That is the whistle for full time. Guatemala hold on for a 1-0 win over St. Kitts and Nevis. After a dominant first half by Los Chapines, a quiet one in the second, thanks to the Sugar Boys, who put on the pressure, found their defensive shape, and were resilient for the second 35 minutes. After full time, Guatemala 1, St. Kitts and Nevis 0. 3 points goes to Los Chapines. They move to 6 points, but over their shoulders, Dominican Republic will be playing British Virgin Islands in merely minutes, right here on this ground. The Sugar Boys can hold their head up high after bouncing back in that second 35. When we come back to Jose Weaver's field, we'll have full-time highlights. Match day 2 in League B Group F sees St. Kitts and Nevis taking on Guatemala. Both of these teams, their second match of the competition. Guatemala riding high with a 9-1 win over British Virgin Islands yesterday. St. Kitts and Nevis trying to recover from a 4-0 loss to Dominican Republic. But Los Chapines put their foot on the pedal from opening whistle. A shot from Alvarado into the confident Victor Hart's goal. Then Perez, his shot pulling out the best of Victor Hart yet again. Pakai, reverse pass, Alvarado couldn't find the goal on this instance. Then Alvarado leaving it for Pakai. His corner almost finding Zelada for the opening goal. Then Quinones' cross finding Hart. Albizuris almost finding Barrios at the last post. Then at Pakai's 1-2 at the top of the box, blocked by Newton. Then Zelada's toe poke, the dummy by Barrios, and a crushing finish by Perez gives Guatemala their opening goal in the 29th minute. Eddie's cross, St. Kitts and Nevis, the closest they came in the first half. Then, second half, Zelada's effort. Played through Yol and a save by Hart. Castillo's cross, finding Yol again. Then Pakai's effort. The one bounce in front of Hart and Barrios trying to convert. Ball played through and a free kick and a yellow card for Zelada. Top of the box, shot by Albizuris. Then Quinones. A tackle heard around Aruba. And then Eddie's cross, bringing out the substitute keeper Merida. And the closest St. Kitts and Nevis came at that point. Then Hart showing off his skill. Meleziego's header, Hart's deflection off the crossbar. Then a drive coming from the substitute Villagran as Guatemala's onslaught continues. After full time, Guatemala hold on to a 1-0 lead. They get all 3 points to continue leading Group F. So the spoils go to Los Chapines. They lead Group F for the moment. Dominican Republic take on British Virgin Islands in just about 30 minutes. When we return from Jose Weaver Aruba, we will have the second match between BVI and Dominican Republic. We are back in League B, Group F matchup between British Virgin Islands and the Dominican Republic in Jose Weaver Stadium in Honestad, Aruba. Blue skies are still here with windy conditions, lovely dry pitch, and the breeze is enough to cool the players down in this League B Group F matchup. Dominican Republic 4-0 winners yesterday over St. Kitts and Nevis. They sit second to Guatemala, who just beat St. Kitts and Nevis 30 minutes ago by just a goal to nil. So their goal difference is to 5. Dominican Republic against British Virgin Islands, who lost 9-1 against Guatemala yesterday. They are going to look to improve their goal difference and try to beat British Virgin Islands the best they can and the most goals that they can score in 70 minutes. Welcome to the broadcast, everyone. My name is Ryan Davis as the Concacaf Boys U-15 Championship 2025 continues to roll on. The 5th edition of the tournament, and it is absolutely spectacular in this sort of Nations League matchup where we have 39 teams divided into 3 separate leagues in 3 different countries. League B right here in Aruba is absolutely rolling on, and we're looking forward to this St. Kitts and Nevis, actually this British Virgin Islands and Dominican Republic matchup, as Dominican Republic looking to close the gap on Guatemala, while British Virgin Islands seek to get their first point of the competition. The teams are entering the field. We'll have national anthems, starting lineups, meet our officials, and first half kickoff. So we're back in the windy Jose Weaver Stadium in Aruba, where the Dominican Republic will try to get back on the front foot after they did so yesterday with a 4-0 win over St. Kitts and Nevis. British Virgin Islands, they actually got a goal against Guatemala. No assault getting on the score sheet, the number 11. As we look at their starting lineup, they're going a 4-3-3. No assault will be leading in attacking midfield in number 11. Pasco and Hardy to his right. Sebastian, Charles and Penn up front, with Provost, Williams, Stewart, Walters and Freites in the back line as they search for their first point of the competition. Two captains, Miles Penn for BVI and Axel Unovas. Meeting in the middle. Unvoas had a goal yesterday, the skipper. He opened the scoring for Dominican Republic. And the officials, Bedeau from Grenada, Cyrus from Guyana, Vasquez from Panama, and Jonathan Layton from Costa Rica. Both of these teams will play again tomorrow. British Virgin Islands will wrap up their campaign against St. Kitts and Nevis. St. Kitts and Nevis, with 2 losses so far, seem to be out of the tournament. But all eyes on Dominican Republic against Guatemala tomorrow. And here's the DR lineup. A 4-4-2. Rosario back in goal. Colon, Nunez, Brito and Campos at the back line. In the middle, Kergel, Unvas, Castillo and Dabas. Leading the line, Jose Mejia from Rayo Vallecano and Encarnacion, partnering from Santa Fe. A couple of La Liga Academy players for Dominican Republic. We have Mejia from Rayo Vallecano. We have Icon Nunez, the number 13 defender for Getafe. Also have Dabas from Barca Academy, the number 6 midfielder in the 4-4-2 setup for Dominican Republic. So British Virgin Islands in all yellow from left to right. Dominican Republic, Los Quiñañeros will be on the right in all white. David Rosario in goal for Dominican Republic. And BVI gets us underway in Stadion Jose Weaver in Aruba. First look at Prevost. Referee Bedeau just lining up his watch with the 4th official, Jonathan Layton from Costa Rica. But the breeze has been consistent. It has kept the players cool in what has been absolute sunshine in the Dutch Caribbean island of Aruba. We are underway. BVI will try to better that scoreline. That 9-1 thrashing to Guatemala just yesterday. But these games for some of these countries are learning experiences. This is how the game grows in the region. Dominican Republic in the past wasn't as competitive as they are now in the last 15 to 20 years in Concacaf. Now they have players in Spain, in the MLS, consistent competitors and contenders in the Concacaf region now. Wasn't so in the yesteryear. First touch for Campos, gets it back. And Rosario plays for Colonial. Campos again. Dominican Republic happy just to hold possession, and British Virgin Islands won't extend themselves. They will sit in a cohesive defensive setup, 4-5-1 eventually. To that far side. In the box now, the ball comes across the goal and somehow it stays out. The captain, Unvoas, who opened the scoring in the first half yesterday, virtually unscored this one. Beautiful run on that far side, right at the doorstep of Prevost, and somehow Unvoas couldn't steer it in. Here's Kirgal, who plays for Santa Fe FC. Campos. Encarnacion can't keep it in play. You can hear the cries of man on from Cassandra or Greg for British Virgin Islands. So the last touch did come off a Dominican Republic player, and it's going to be a British Virgin Islands throw. There is Eka Sanchez from Dominican Republic. Miles Penn with the throw-in. Penn gets a foot to it. So too Kirgal, spreading it out wide. Brito finding Debas. Kirgal drifts past one. Unvoas out wide. Encarnacion. No touch from a defender. Goal kick for BVI. British Virgin Islands, we talk about their growth in the region, both for the senior team, senior women's team as well, men's and women's, and the U19s, 17s and 15s. They show up to these tournaments. In the past, British Virgin Islands will be nowhere to be found. But now these teams are funded, they represent their island, and slowly but surely the standard of football is growing in their island. Here is Campos. Ryan Davis with you on this broadcast. League B Group F matchup for the Concacaf U-15 Boys Championship in Aruba. Patience right now for Dominican Republic, just trying to find their rhythm and draw BVI out of their shell. Kirgal, Encarnacion, smothering play from Pasco. A long clearance, bumped by Brito, and it's going to be a free kick for British Virgin Islands. Big centre-back Brito just trying to push the number 9, Tyreek Charles, off of his course. Well, the lights are providing a little bit of shade for the players. You can understand why the wall does not want to go back too far. Oscar Hardy preparing to take this free kick. Lofting it, Trying to find Rosario off of his line. Oscar Hardy from Scarborough Athletic. One of the few attached players in this British Virgin Island team. Debas. Encarnacion, poor first touch. Pass goes in there, so too Hardy. Unvoas. Picked off. Just pumped back in to the vicinity of the BVI goal. Both teams playing a little bit of hot potato at the moment. Kirgal. Rosario. Is Brito. Plays for FC San Isidro. And that, I believe, wasn't really a studs-up challenge, but a late challenge from Brito yet again. It's his second foul in 5 minutes on Tyreek Charles. And it's going to be Hardy again. Fourth official doing his best. Counseling, coaching, managing. Rosario comes out. Lofted ball, looking for Encarnacion. Excellent defending. Encarnacion is in there again. Unvoas. Campos. Early ball. And a miss header. Finds Mejia. The referee calls for a free kick. His hand is in his pocket. Maybe doing some wardrobe fixing. Looks like his badge is come undone. Drop ball for Prevost. Nine minutes gone, and the big story is British Virgin Islands have held off Dominican Republic 0-0. BVI conceded in the 5th minute yesterday against Guatemala. Lovely dummy from Envoas. Encarnacion to the byline. Across the face of the goal, and that's the first one. It took them up to the 10th minute. But Dominican Republic, through their star man, Jose Mejia, who had 2 goals yesterday against St. Kitts and Nevis, gets his first. The academy player for Rayo Vallecano in Spain gets his 3rd for the tournament. Dominican Republic 1, British Virgin Islands 0. Well, encouragement coming from Cassandra Gregg. Paul Deckel, the assistant coach, Trinidadian born, now part of the British Virgin Island main setup, Football Association, coaches the men's national team and now assistant coach with the U-15s. Nothing but encouragement from the sidelines for British Virgin Islands. Ball played through the middle, Mejia couldn't control it. It will be a BVI throw. There is Cassandra Gregg. Prescott. Campos. It's going to be a throw-in for BVI. There is the skipper, Miles Penn. And the referee has decided Dominican Republic throw. Brito. Can't find Encarnacion. Here's Hardy. Penn. Pasco was to his left. Rosario immediately gets it back in play. Well, Dominican Republic had a very successful tournament in 2023. Started off with a 4-0 win over St. Lucia. Then a 2-0 win versus Grenada. Eventually a 1-1 draw with Martinique. They finished first in Group D, advanced into the quarterfinals. Met up against Curacao, defeated Curacao by 2-1. A late winner from the penalty spot. They eventually got to the semi-finals. A 3-0 win over St. Kitts and Nevis. They dominated the possession and completely shut out St. Kitts and Nevis in that semi-final. And then the final, they lost by 2-0 to Puerto Rico. They finished runner-up, and it was one of the best finishes they've had in recent youth tournaments. Some of the key players in 2023, Camille Castillo, creative playmaker for Dominican Republic. The goalkeeper, the same David Rosario, all played in. Unvoas, Pasco, back to Dominican Republic. Encarnacion, Hardy, digging in, coming out as Kergal. Nunez, turning, drifts past Charles, and those two have been going at it hammer and nail in the opening 15 minutes. Campos. Nunez, Brito. Pinging pass coming from Dabas, but intercepted by BVI. Rosario. 15 minutes in, Dominican Republic 1, British Virgin Islands 0. Highly trafficked center circle. British Virgin Islands hunting for some sort of turnover. Mejia in on goal. Mejia just wide. Slipped through for the Spanish Academy player, and he didn't miss by much. Looking for goal number 4. Encarnacion Pasco looking for Charles, who's on an island. He is quick, the number 9. Pasco is there, but so too is Kegal. Well, with Mejia on 3 goals in just 2 matches, he's going to have to find his scoring shoes. In 2023, Jael Jack from St. Martin. You remember St. Martin won League C 2 years ago. He was the top scorer with 9 goals in 2023. 2019, Orion Velo from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who plays for the national team now, had 6 goals in 2019. In 2013, Leighton Thomas Jr. from Cayman Islands, 11 goals. They have been the standout goal scorers throughout the previous 3 tournaments. Best player in 2023, United States, Kevin Sullivan. United States beating Mexico by 4 goals to 2 to win League A. 2019, Diego Prioste from Portugal. Pasco. Debas, intercepted. Debas gets it back. Campos. And it's a steady flow of possession from Los Quincañanos. Mejia. Mejia again, this time ran into a brick wall of Bryson Walters. So cooling break has been called by referee Barbuda. We saw that in the previous match with St. Kitts and Nevis versus Guatemala. At this point, Guatemala was up 1-0, much like Dominican Republic are up 1-0. So British Virgin Islands and St. Kitts and Nevis both started off slowly yesterday. But we see this in these tournaments with these green teams, inexperienced teams with slow starts, but they get a game under their belt. They find their rhythm, as you see Paul Deckel in his glasses, directing traffic, giving instructions. We see these inexperienced teams start to gain confidence, get an understanding of what the pace is like in these tournaments. Hence, St. Kitts and Nevis only lost by 1-0 to Guatemala in the previous match. And Dominican Republic with their goal scorer Mejia. This was Encarnacion. This is how the first goal looked like. The cross and a one-time finish, classy finish. But you have to say, BVI has done a great job at holding Dominican Republic at bay for the first half of the first half. Referee Barbuda from Grenada. It's going to be a throw-in on the far side. Gael Colon. Brito. They have no qualms about giving Rosario a touch of the ball every time. Campos. Here's the number 10, Castillo, who's been quiet so far in this match. Kergal. Corner flag pass. And Prevost having his first comfortable touch with the ball in his hands. Lofted. This beautiful island of Aruba, 69 square miles. Known for its dry weather, windy weather, as we can see. This is rainy season for the rest of the Caribbean. Don't tell that to Aruba, though. Out by Walters, only as far as Mejia. Little 1-2, doesn't pay off. Colon trying to get it back from Encarnacion, who switched with Castillo. Referee says play on the shot, and it's in the back of the net. Something out of nothing. Encarnacion gets his first goal for the tournament, and it was a snapshot to the right of the 18-yard box, just on the corner of the 18-yard box. And Dominican Republic take a 2-0 lead. Kirjani Prevost in the British Virgin Island goal was completely taken by surprise. And here comes Castillo. Walters couldn't control it. Now look at this snapshot. Very little backlift. Bang. In the back of the net. A thing of beauty. Alejandro Encarnacion. Dominican Republic 2. British Virgin Islands 0. Brito, under some pressure from Charles. British Virgin Islands, you can see the body language now. Down 2-0, they're pushing up a little higher. Nunez. Debas. Brought down. Dispossessed. Kergal. Free kick for Dominican Republic. Getting it back is Encarnacion. Is it number 2? Actually, it's Castillo. Follow up Mejia. Got under it. Here's that effort from Castillo, who scored yesterday against St. Kitts and Nevis, the DC United Academy player. But Mejia couldn't get goal number 2 for this match. So far, there's been very few corners for either side. Penn, the captain, Pasco. Unvoas. Mejia. Still Mejia. Slipping it through. Giving chase is Castillo. Cassandra Gregg leading the troops in this boys U-15 championship. There's the goal tally. Jose Mejia in the 10th, Encarnacion in the 22nd. Brought down by Penn, can't keep it in play. Debas is patrolling the midfield from left touchline to the right touchline. Debas. Nunez. Frankenny Brito. chance for BVI. It's a 2v1 and a shot from way outside to Rosario. Well, they don't get many looks at goal. This one was 25 to 30 yards out. And you can understand Charles, who's working his socks off at centre forward, gets a look on goal and says, you know what, I'm going to have a dig. There is Tyreek Charles, who's had some shoulder rubbing with Nunez in the early part of the match. That is Noah Salt, who got the only goal for Guatemala yesterday, a handball. Free kick for Dominican Republic, going with the breeze. Lofted to the 6-yard box, bouncing, beating, hits the post. Prevost had no idea where it was. Back across the goal. Kirgal stopped. Debas on top of the box. And the last touch came off Debas. Goal kick for British Virgin Islands. Here's that delivery from Unvoas. Right into the kitchen of Prevost. Nobody had an idea where it was. Back across the goal from Castillo. And Debas just snatching at it. No assault. Brito. Campos. Good press by BVI. Castillo. Slipping it through, and Mejia just half a yard off the pace. Cries of take your time, Prevost, from the sideline. Just about 6 minutes to go in this first half. Dominican Republic 2, British Virgin Islands 0. Starting this match, Dominican Republic 5 goals off the pace of Guatemala in the goal difference column. Now it's down to 3. Those two teams will lock horns tomorrow in a possible decision match for Group F. Hardy, Stewart, looking for Pasco, but found Campos instead. Nunez. Campos plays for Cibao FC. Brito plays for San Isidro. Here is Castillo. Switching sides. Brought down. Kirgal. Debas. Like yellow cones in a coaching match, in a practice match. Dominican Republic really just keeping possession at will. Kirgal with time, looking for options, has a shot. Kirjani Prevost. Down to the corner flag. Charles. Debas. Drifting past his marker. Encarnacion finding Mejia. Still Mejia. Beautifully defended on the far side by Walters and company. That was Sedan Freights and Bryson Walters teaming up to foil Mejia. First corner of the match in the 33rd minute for Dominican Republic. Driven. Not too far off. That was Nunez coming up from centre back. Poor control. Brings in Castillo. And Voas. Kergal. Another snapshot. Headed all the way back by Nunez. Rosario happy to get a touch of the ball. And another dominant display by Dominican Republic. Unanimous amount of possession in the opening 33 minutes. Brito finding Rosario and well, it's going to happen eventually. Keeps going back to David Rosario. Awkward hop for the keeper, whose technique let him down. And now British Virgin Islands have won themselves a corner. Kicking against the wind. It is Miles Penn, the captain, to the near post. Only as far as Hardy. Well, it popped out nicely for Oscar Hardy. Just didn't keep his head down. And you can hear the groans from the coaches on the sideline. Charles. Nunez with space. Kergal under pressure, but splits the two. Encarnacion. Can't find Mejia. 15 seconds to go in regular time in this first half. Campos. 2 minutes of injury time to be added. Castillo, who shone a lot more on this left-hand side than he did on the right at the beginning of the first half. Colon. Castillo. Being smothered by Walters. Kergal. Colon. Good cross, and Mejia makes it 3. On the stroke of half-time, the man from Rayo Vallecano, pinpoint accuracy and a cushion header to make it 3-0 Dominican Republic. Mejia's second, his 4th for the tournament. Dominican Republic 3, British Virgin Islands 0. Hands on hips for Prevost. Nothing he can do about that. The delivery from Encarnacion was picture perfect. And the header to suit. Nunez hounded by Charles. Free kick for Dominican Republic. Maybe the last bit of action for the first half. Cologne. So the end of the first 35 minutes, Dominican Republic, who were held at bay at the cooling break, at just a 1-0 lead over British Virgin Islands, get 2 in the final half of the first half to make it 3-0. This man, Jose Mejia, gets 2 as his side go into halftime with a 3-goal cushion. Prevost beaten 3 times. Nothing much he can do about those. But British Virgin Islands improving on their performance, and Dominican Republic rampant after the first half. When we come back, we will have first half highlights from Jose Weaver Stadium in Aruba. Welcome back to Stadion Jose Weaver in Aruba, as Dominican Republic are about to make some changes to their lineup. Number 17, Camille Almonte, will come in. And number 16, Diego Rey, will come in for Axel Unvoas, the captain for Dominican Republic. Back underway. Dominican Republic, who had all the possession in the first half to go along with the goals. They kick us off in the second. Beautiful corner flag pass here. In time, Castillo. A corner kick to start off the second half. Encarnacion, who scored with that snapshot halfway through the first half. Corner comes in, still rattling around. Back to Encarnacion. Goal kick, BVI. So Gael Colon, the right back, has come off for Almonte. Prevost's goal kick. Immediately crowded out in the midfield, right in that center circle. Britos. Heavy touch by Debas. First touch for Almonte. Almonte playing for Chibao FC, one of the more popular clubs in Dominican Republic. Often you can find them in the Caribbean Cup. Encarnacion can't find Mejia, out by Walters. Just taking his eye off the ball at the last minute allows BVI to get a throw in with Salt. Hardy. Beautiful skill. The cross. Charles. And you can hear the excitement from the British Virgin Islands coaching staff. That was a bit of encouragement for this young team. Young in the sense of exposure. Encarnacion. Helping it on. Here is Castillo. 1v1. Prevost out of his goal, and Mejia, who usually taps these in for fun, somehow scuffed his lines. Well. It all started with Castillo. Prevost comes out, makes a brave save at the feet of Castillo, pops to Mejia, who, you can't really see an open goal. There were defenders in the vicinity, but one of the easier goals he would score in his career. Encarnacion. Debas switching. Intercepted. Charles using his body well. Superbly done by Encarnacion. Castillo again. Into the box now, Castillo. And Prevost. They just stuck to those gloves like glue. Charles can't get a hold of it. First touch for Rosario in this second half. Tomorrow, these two teams take the field again as British Virgin Islands take on St. Kitts and Nevis. And so far, this score means that Dominican Republic and Guatemala are going to play for all the marbles. Here's Mejia, who's offside. Guatemala and Dominican Republic will play tomorrow. And the winner of that game will win Group F. Helped on. Rito is beaten. There's Charles. Nunez. Gets past one. Beautiful ball from Rosario, finding Castillo all the way on that left-hand side. The Dominican Republic understanding that they need goals. Those two changes, Diego Rey and Camille Almonte, two high-quality players. There are no breaks here, despite being up 3-0. They're still 2 goals shy in the goal difference column to Guatemala. Castillo. Encarnacion. Trying the reverse pass. Kergal is there. Encarnacion again. Pasco.
Stop.
Brought down, Debas. Castillo has come back out to this right-hand side. Still Castillo. Slipping it through Mejia. Can he get there first? Prevost can't handle it. Encarnacion. Bounces awkward. Mejia is the onside. And that ball has landed in the Caribbean Sea. Fantastic run by Castillo. The pass to suit. Prevost off his line quickly. And the ball eventually pops back to Mejia after Encarnacion's shot. Awkward hop again for Prevost. Looks like he was onside. But the ball went up and away. Here is Almonte, who came in for Gael Colon. Brito. Nunez. Campos' cross. Encarnacion. Cleared away by Hardy. He shot from way outside and not too far off. was the substitute Diego Rey. Interesting name, Diego Rey. Rey, of course, meaning king in Spanish. And the one Diego Maradona was known as El Rey, his nickname. And his first name was Diego. So named after a king. Here nods it back. Almonte. So there is the goal tally. Mejia getting 2, Encarnacion 1, equaling Dominican Republic 3, BVI 0. Here's Rey switching. And looks like a change for British Virgin Islands from the goalkeeper's perspective. Trevon Stevens has checked in at half-time. Intercepted by Stewart. Castillo. Trying to get it back from Mejia. He does just that. Oh, beautiful play. The nutmeg. But the cover by Walters. Mejia. Offside, the big number 9. Actually, it's going to be Castillo offside. Can't be offside on a throw. And referee Bordeaux seems to be pointing to Bryson Walters' shin. Walters coming to the sideline. This is Mejia. Beautiful nutmeg. Here comes Walters to the rescue, and right there, maybe some cleats onto that shin. After the dust has cleared, referee Bordeaux has brought play back to a throw-in for Almonte and Dominican Republic. Now referee Bordeaux changing his mind, and looks like it's going to be a drop ball for Stevens. Round and round we go. Hardy's dispossessed. Here comes BVI with some space. Lofted ball from Hardy, and Rosario claims. Debas. Outside of the foot, Castillo. As Almonte waiting. Still Castillo. Full of tricks, Castillo. Coming across was Stewart. Camille Castillo, the DC United Academy player, is turning it on in this second half. Hasn't gotten on his score sheet, but set up Mejia for the third goal just before half time. Edo coming across to explain to Coach Sanchez what happened. Changes for St. Vincent, so for British Virgin Islands. Number 6, Anthony Gangu comes in. Number 5, Devin Daly. And number 3, Bryson Walters checks back in after the injury. So Daly and Gangu come in. Walters checks back in. Noah Salt, who scored yesterday, comes to the sideline, and Sanchez is still barking at the referee. Encarnacion, a follow-up coming from Nunez. Charles working hard. Throw in for BVI. Penn's throw. Substitute Gangu. There is Cassandra Gregg and Paul Deckel. A window for Dominican Republic. Encarnacion finding Mejia. 1v1 and the flag on the near side. That is Brandon Cyrus from Guyana raising his flag. Full slate of games tomorrow as the Basque starting off at 9 a.m. in Group A. Nicaragua and Panama, Honduras and Mexico. The bus. Almonte finding Castillo. Castillo across the face of the goal. Stevens out. Well, Provost and Stevens have the same characteristics, bravery. Both willing and able to get to the striker's feet to prevent Mejia adding to his tally. Brito to Rosario. Canada plays as well tomorrow, so to Costa Rica and USA. They will kick off at the 9 a.m. slot. Here's that lovely play with Almonte and Castillo again. DC United player really having some fun in this second half, and this is Stevens coming out at Mejia's feet. Full change of players. Number 14, Alvarez checks in. So too Ramirez. So too Rodrigo Linera. Cooling break at the second half. Dominican Republic hasn't added to their tally in the first 18 minutes of the second half. But this man, Castillo, has been the star of the show. He's now checked to the sidelines. Looks like his evening has finished. Guyana and Cayman Islands play tomorrow as well. Puerto Rico and Cuba. Jamaica and Curacao. Aruba and Belize. Barbados and Antigua. Bermuda versus Trinidad and Tobago. That'll be at the 2 p.m. slot. Bermuda and Antigua. Sorry, Barbados, Antigua, Bermuda, Trinidad and Tobago will be at the 9 a.m. slot. British Virgin Islands, actually US Virgin Islands. British Virgin Islands, St. Kitts and Nevis tomorrow at 2 p.m. Dominican Republic, Guatemala at 4 p.m. as the Concacaf U-15 Championships continues to roll on. So Mayan Batiste comes in for Caden Freights. Karik Matthew checking in for Akori Sebastian. So to Isaac Ramirez coming in for Camille Castillo. That was the change for the young DC United player. Clearance, not a convincing one. That was a foot race with Alvarez. And it's going to be a corner kick for Dominican Republic. Here is Alvarez, his first touch of the ball. Encarnacion hovering just before the penalty spot. Reyes on top of the 18-yard box. Mejia just to the right of the penalty spot, looking for his third goal for the evening. Flick on. Well, the flick on was executed, but no one showed up at the last post. That was Encarnacion. Good delivery. So referee Barbados says the ball was rolling and we have to do it all over again. Here is Stevens, who's been called into action on more than one occasion since coming in on the second half, has yet to concede. Free kick for BVI. Just collapsing on top of the player was Linera. Lofted into the box. Brought down only as far as Linera. First touch for Ramirez. Excellent ball in. Could it be number 4? Stevens to the rescue. It was Fernando Alvarez closing in. And this young man, Trevon Stevens, beautiful ball from Ramirez. And the foot save by the reserve goalkeeper, foiling Alvarez. Constant breeze of Aruba. You can hear it in your audio and the players can feel it. Something synonymous with this Dutch Caribbean island. Brito goes back to Rosario. Pestered by Gangu. Alvarez. Well, a quick recap of Stadion Jose Weaver's action today. Trinidad and Tobago defeated Antigua by 2-0. It was the first time those two teams took the field. That was the 9 a.m. game. Then 11 a.m. Cuba won it right at the end. A 2-1 win versus Cayman Islands. Dramatic game right here on this ground at 11 a.m. And then St. Kitts and Nevis completely recovered from their 4-0 thrashing from Dominican Republic yesterday and lost only 1-0 to Guatemala, who put 9 past British Virgin Islands yesterday. And now Dominican Republic 3 goals up against BVI. Lofted in towards Stevens. 10 minutes to go in regular time. Dispossessed by Gangu. And the young sub, sprightly and full of ideas, dispossessed. Brito trying to split the lines. Rosario. Little 1-2 on the far side. Referee blows the whistle. Free kick for British Virgin Islands. Adoni Gangu picks up the free kick from Alvarez. Daly lofting it. Debas. Campos, who's still at left back, despite the scoreline. Retreating. Brito. Almonte. Ray. Almonte trying to get it back. Brito splitting lines as usual. And a free kick now for Dominican Republic, who are still have their eye on getting 2 more goals to extinguish that 5-goal deficit they had from Guatemala at the beginning of this game. Crossed by Almonte. Hardy. Bumped off by Mejia. And a handball goes BVI's way. So after Walters had to come off with an injury to his left shin, referee Bordeaux has just instructed Colin Stewart to come off the field for BVI. Debas, players down in front of the 18-yard box. Still Debas, getting to the byline. Debas, Alvarez, Stevens somehow keeps it out. And Mejia, who has scored 2, has now missed 2 clear-cut chances. Medical staff is on the pitch. James Chester, Vladimir Suarez Felipe for BVI. Here's the bus getting to that byline, getting past Daly. Alvarez could only get a touch to it, and right there to Mejia, who could have stopped it, thought about it, and just roll it into the back of the net. And this is Stewart, who's back on the field, now back off the field. Drop ball for Stevens. This kick means Dominican Republic throw in. 2 goals from Mejia and 1 goal from Encarnacion, all in the first half. Dominican Republic cruising, but still want 2 more goals to catch up to Guatemala's goal difference. Just over 4 minutes remaining in regular time. Almonte, you can hear the urgency from the sideline. Encarnacion, weaving his magic. Referee trying to play on. Still Encarnacion, slips it through beautifully. Ramirez, Mejia, surely. And it's 4. Jose Mejia gets his hat-trick. But you have to say, he's been given so many chances. 2 beautiful goals in the first half. Missed a few in between and gets a tap in for his 3rd. Dominican Republic 4, British Virgin Islands 0. They are now just 1 goal behind Guatemala in the goal difference column. So important before they play against Guatemala tomorrow at 4 p.m. Blood is now in the water, and here comes Dominican Republic. Debas. Still Debas, the shot. Ramirez wants it, gets it. Ramirez tries to curl it. And you can hear the encouragement from Edgar Sanchez. Ramirez just trying to bend this one. Ray, Almonte, the 2 substitutes that began the second half. Campos. Debas, the general in midfield. Pinging it. Mejia. Almonte. Back heel. Ray weaving. Trying to find it. And Almonte's shot. A minute 45 remaining in regular time. Encarnacion, as ever, keeps possession. 3 yellow shirts. Campos, the left footer, crossing. Gangu lays it off. Dispossessed. Alvarez. Still Alvarez. Referee says play on. We're into the final 60 seconds. So important for Dominican Republic to get 1 more to cancel out the goal difference that Guatemala has over them. Came into this game down 5 in the goal difference column. They have 4. You can see the urgency in the body language. Campos. They're going to push forward on this throw. Debas. On a different page with Alvarez. And Stevens will slow things down and punt. Excellent punt. 3 minutes of injury time to be added. Here, bit of brilliance, earns himself a free kick. And the hat-trick man can set his team up for that very important 5th goal. Look at that first touch with his head. Rayo Vallecano's academy player. And he has the ball in his hand and he wants to take this free kick himself. It favors the left footer. But the right-footed Mejia is going to have the last say. Wind is blowing from left to right across your screen. If he goes for that far post, he'll be going against the wind, Mejia. And looks like he's left it for Ramirez, the left footer. Smart choice. The angle is perfect for the left footer. Ramirez drives it against the crossbar and it goes over. He took it quickly before Stevens can react, but he found the crossbar rather than the back of the net. Driven with power. Stevens had no idea where it was. Will they get one more chance? 1 more minute remaining in injury time. Mejia, still Mejia. A chance, Alvarez. Saved by Stevens. That may be the last gasp for Dominican Republic. Or do they have one more? 30 seconds. Gangaloo, dispossessed, Campos. It's going to have to get it forward quickly. Throw in for Dominican Republic. And that is the end of full time. Dominican Republic win by 4-0, just like they did yesterday. But they fall 1 goal short of Guatemala, who will play them tomorrow at 4 p.m. with a 1-goal edge in goal difference, meaning Guatemala can afford a draw and push on to the knockout phase by winning Group F. Dominican Republic will have to go through the long route and beat Guatemala tomorrow to leapfrog them to win the group. A heroic performance by British Virgin Islands. Trevon Stevens in the second half, the goalkeeper that came in. Fantastic saves. But the hat-trick man, Jose Mejia from Rayo Vallecano, gets 3 goals under his belt to propel Dominican Republic to another 4-0 win in Aruba. At the end of full time, Dominican Republic 4, British Virgin Islands 0. When we return, we will have full-time highlights. Full-time highlights between British Virgin Islands against Dominican Republic. Both of these teams, their second match in successive days. BVI trying to recover from that 9-1 thrashing to Guatemala. Dominican Republic trying to roll on from that 4-0 win over St. Kitts and Nevis. And Dominican Republic will start on the front foot. Somehow, their captain, Unvoas, couldn't convert, but Mejia, the man from Rayo Vallecano in Spain, converts to get his third for the tournament. And Dominican Republic's first. Couldn't convert on this one. Score remains at 1-0. Then, a snapshot coming from Encarnacion, finding the far corner. An absolute gem to make it 2-0 to DR. A dribbler. And Prevost keeping it out, but Mejia couldn't finish. Then, a shot from way out. Saved by Rosales, and then a cross coming in from Mejia. Hits the post. Castillo falls for Debas. His follow-up goes wide. Then, Castillo, his cross, picture perfect. And Mejia tucks it in with his head to get his second and the third for Dominican Republic just before halftime. Castillo wasn't finished. Gets a save out of Stevens, the substitute keeper, and Mejia somehow scuffed it. Castillo again pulling strings, and Stevens out of his goal to deny the big number 9. Encarnacion's follow-up, and Mejia again at point-blank range, kicking wide. Castillo again, making inroads. His shot. Then Almonte, back to Castillo. And the DC United Academy player dominating things in the second half as Stevens with another brave save. Ramirez picking out Alvarez. Stevens, a foot save. Encarnacion finding Ramirez. And Mejia gets his hat-trick. And gives Dominican Republic a 4-goal lead. Then Ramirez, his bending effort over the crossbar. Last gasp for Dominican Republic. A free kick for the left-footed Ramirez. It crashes against the crossbar. Then Mejia to Alvarez, and Stevens again low down to his right. So the 3-goal man, Mejia, gets his hat-trick, propels his team to another 4-0 win. And Dominican Republic, a second 4-0 win in successive days. But that means there's still 1 goal behind Guatemala in the goal difference column. They will meet tomorrow at 4 p.m. to decide the group. St. Kitts and Nevis and British Virgin Islands will finish off their campaign at 2 p.m. on this very ground. For all of us from the broadcast crew, my name is Ryan Davis. Thank you for joining us. See you soon.